Mabuhay Taiwan.
안녕하세요.
Guten Tag.
Bonjour.
สวัสดีครับ
Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
I chose to study in NCKU because it's ranked as one of the best universities in Taiwan. That's how I knew the quality of the courses that I was going to take. And also because it's located in Tainan, which I was interested not only in the courses but also in a culturally enriching experience.
NCKU is also very good, very famous for its reputation in terms of education in Taiwan, and it's offered me a great scholarship. That's why I was not hesitant to take this chance.
I would really recommend the Banyan Garden. I think it's beautiful. The trees are really mesmerizing, and I like to go there in the morning when there are not many people.
To learn Chinese is not easy, it's very difficult. But here, I'm so glad, I'm so thankful because NCKU provide a free 1-year Chinese course for all international students.
After having the free Chinese courses, I will be able to speak one of the biggest languages. So I saw it as an opportunity.
NCKU gave me the opportunity to choose my own scholar paths, helped me to specialize myself, the courses I like. It's provided me to enjoy learning every day.
Course which is very related to my expertise is about HIV care, and the second one is about research development. This university provides HIV and public health epidemiology course, which is very connected.
I really love the library. It's a top-class library. It's beautiful from the outside. Just the walk there is very, very nice. A lot of trees, very pleasant.
Magic School of Green Technology impressed me the most because the zero carbon emission that it achieved, and it was one of the first buildings in Asia. It was really impressive to see the latest technology in one of the buildings on campus.
They give you really strong and impactful research, but they also allow you to feel like you're part of a bigger community. So in terms of being able to participate in a lot of multicultural events, being able to participate in a plethora of student activities, volleyball teams, basketball teams, dragon boat teams, so it doesn't really matter where I was coming from or was it if I was a foreigner or not. But as long as they saw a ready and capable individual, they'll immediately put you in a team and make you feel that you're part of a bigger family.
NCKU gave me the opportunity to enjoy my study.
My life in NCKU is intensive but lots of fun.
NCKU offers great education, friends for life, and opportunities to achieve whatever you want in the future.
Hola, my name is Paola. I am from Nicaragua and my department is IMBA.
Namaste, I'm Divya. I'm from India. My major is electrical engineering. Our life in NCK is really
Awesome!
Mabuhay Taiwan.
안녕하세요.
Guten Tag.
Bonjour.
สวัสดีครับ
Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
Konnichiwa. I chose to study in NCKU because it's ranked as one of the best universities in Taiwan. That's how I knew the quality of the courses that I was going to take. And also because it's located in Tainan, I was interested not only in the courses but also in a culturally enriching experience.
NCKU is also very good, very famous for its reputation in terms of education in Taiwan, and it's offered me a great scholarship. That's why I was not hesitant to take this chance.
I would really recommend the Banyan Garden. I think it's beautiful. The trees are really mesmerizing, and I like to go there in the morning when there are not many people.
To learn Chinese is not easy, it's very difficult. But here, I'm so glad, I'm so thankful because NCKU provide a free 1-year Chinese course for all international students.
After having the free Chinese courses, I will be able to speak one of the biggest languages. So I saw it as an opportunity.
NCKU gave me the opportunity to choose my own scholar paths, helped me to specialize myself, the courses I like. It's provided me to enjoy learning every day.
Course which is very related with my expertise is about HIV care, and the second one is about research development. This university provides HIV and public health epidemiology course, which is very connected.
I really love the library. It's a top-class library. It's beautiful from the outside. Just the walk there is very, very nice. A lot of trees, very pleasant.
Magic School of Green Technology impressed me the most because the zero carbon emission that it achieved, and it was one of the first buildings in Asia. It was really impressive to see the latest technology in one of the buildings on campus.
They give you really strong and impactful research, but they also allow you to feel like you're part of a bigger community. So in terms of being able to participate in a lot of multicultural events, being able to participate in a plethora of student activities, volleyball teams, basketball teams, dragon boat teams. So it doesn't really matter where I was coming from or was it if I was a foreigner or not. But as long as they saw a ready and capable individual, they'll immediately put you in a team and make you feel that you're part of a bigger family.
NCKU gave me the opportunity to enjoy my study.
My life in NCKU is really intensive but lots of fun.
NCKU offers great education, friends for life, and opportunities to achieve whatever you want in the future.
Hola, my name is Paola. I am from Nicaragua and my department is IMBA.
Namaste, I'm Divya. I'm from India. My major is electrical engineering. Our life in NCK is really
Awesome!
Mabuhay, Taiwan!
Good morning, Belize, and good morning. I say good morning, Belize, and good morning. you this morning.
Get up every morning, like go to work from day till night. Get up every morning, like go to work from day till night. I got 7 big feet, and one on the way. That's a wife that I always need. What a beautiful day, good morning, Lily. What a pretty day, good morning, Lily. Put the troubles away, good morning, Lily. Get up every morning, like go to work from day till night. Get up every morning, like go to work from day till night. That's what I can take it from day, and no money there. When I say me picnic this tree, what a beautiful day, good morning, Lily. What a beautiful day, good morning, Lily. With the troubles away, good morning, Lily. Evening come and I want go home. Yeah, the shot and a piece of care, this I want go home. Evening come and I'm ready to drop. Yeah, the shot and a piece of care, this I want go home. If I work tonight, not a single soul inside. Come only if I work tonight, not a single soul inside. Man, they say me picnic again.
Hi Taiwan.
안녕하세요.
Guten Tag.
Bonjour.
สวัสดีครับ
Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
Konnichiwa.
I chose to study in NCKU because it's ranked as one of the best universities in Taiwan. That's how I knew the quality of the courses that I was going to take. And also because it's located in Tainan, which I was interested not only in the courses but also in a culturally enriching experience.
NCKU is also very good, very famous for its reputation in terms of education in Taiwan, and it's offered me a great scholarship. That's why I was not hesitant to take this chance.
I would really recommend the Banyan Garden. I think it's beautiful. The trees are really mesmerizing, and I like to go there in the morning when there are not many people.
To learn Chinese is not easy, it's very difficult. But here, I'm so glad, I'm so thankful because NCKU provide a free 1-year Chinese course for all international students.
After having the free Chinese courses, I will be able to speak one of the biggest languages. So I saw it as an opportunity.
NCKU gave me the opportunity to choose my own scholar paths, help me to specialize myself, the courses I like. It's provided me to enjoy learning every day.
Course which is very related to my expertise is about HIV care, and the second one is about research development. This university provides HIV and public health epidemiology course, which is very connected.
I really love the library. It's a top-class library. It's beautiful from the outside. Just the walk there is very, very nice. A lot of trees, very pleasant.
Magic School of Green Technology impressed me the most because the zero carbon emission that it achieved, and it was one of the first buildings in Asia. It was really impressive to see the latest technology in one of the buildings on campus.
They give you really, really strong and impactful research, but they also allow you to feel like you're part of a bigger community. So in terms of being able to participate in a lot of multicultural events, being able to participate in a plethora of student activities, volleyball teams, basketball teams, dragon boat teams. So it doesn't really matter where I was coming from or was it if I was a foreigner or not. But as long as they saw a ready and capable individual, they'll immediately put you in a team and make you feel that you're part of a bigger family.
NCKU gave me the opportunity to enjoy my study.
My life in NCKU is really intensive but lots of fun.
NCKU offers great education, friends for life, and opportunities to achieve whatever you want in the future.
Hola, my name is Paola. I am from Nicaragua and my department is IMBA.
Namaste, I'm Divya. I'm from India. My major is electrical engineering. Our life in NCK is really
Awesome.
We would like to thank you for attending and sharing your valuable time. First, we would like to welcome National Taiwan University's Vice President for International Affairs, Chair Professor Suliman Xie from the Department of Computer Science and Information Engineering to share a message with us.
Excellencies and the data and base certainties, distinguished friends, and the ladies and the gentlemen. Good morning. My name is Suliman Xie, Vice President of the National Taiwan University. On behalf of the National Taiwan University, I would like to extend the most welcome to all of you to come to this this event, the Belize Korea's Viral 2024. Today marks the significant gatherings when the talented individuals and the teams of organizations come together to explore possibilities, share insight, and deepen the understandings of each other. The energies and the resilience in this race are palpable. It reflects our collective dedications to the personal life and the professional groups. I wish every participant for a fruitful and successful event. May you find the inspirations and the guidance and perhaps your next career milestones in this change. May you find the wonderful and the knowledge from change ideas from each others. Let's take each other opportunities from each others and the challenges ourselves and to the infusions or the possibilities. Finally, thank you for all being here today. Make this the Career Spartan 2024 successful. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Vice President Xie. National Taiwan University has prepared a gift for the steering committee. We would like to welcome a representative from the steering committee to come to the front to receive the gift that Professor Xie will be presenting. On behalf of the steering committee, we have Ms. Wagner. And we would like to take this time to thank and appreciate National Taiwan University for having us host this forum here today. We would also like Professor Xie to remain on the stage as we present him with a small token and certificate for being with us today. Thank you once again, Vice President Xie. Now, let's welcome the Ambassador of St. Kitts and Nevis to the Republic of China, Taiwan, His Excellency Ambassador Donia L. Francis, deliver his opening remarks. Ambassador Francis is joining us online. While we wait for Ambassador Francis, we'd also like to welcome Ms. Maxine Yang, the Deputy Director of the Division of Overseas Students and Services, to come to the stage. We would also like to present you with a small certificate for assisting and being here today. Thank you again, Ms. Maxine. Now, allow me to share today's conference layout. Today's conference consists of 3 panels and 1 scholarship segment. Each panel will last 15 minutes with 2 to 3 panelists each. The panels are divided into 3 different fields of studies and professions. Each panel has a moderator who will be guiding the course of the discussion, at which time live chats will be open for all viewers to pose questions for the presenters. We want this to be an open discussion between the speakers and the audience, both online and present here today. So feel free to ask your questions during each segment. Please state your name and to whom you would like to address the question. For our audience present, please provide your name, school, or institution to whom you would like to address the question as well. Once again, presenters, please be reminded to ensure that all devices are placed on or turned off while speaking in order to avoid any distractions. To our panelists and moderators online, it's a soft reminder to ensure that your mic is turned on when you are speaking and that you speak into the microphone. Since this is also a virtual forum, we ask our audience, both in person and online, for your kind understanding and patience in the event of any technical difficulties. Our live chat is available for you to interact with us throughout today's event. Thank you. Now, let us welcome the Ambassador of St. Kitts and Nevis to the Republic of China, Taiwan, His Excellency Ambassador Donia L. Francis, to deliver his opening. Morning, Ambassador Francis. Can you kindly turn on your mic, please?
Yes, good morning, good morning. Is it clear?
Yes, clear, thank you.
Okay, so sorry about that. I think I logged on using a wrong link, but I'm happy that I'm here to share with everyone this morning and in the evening here in Belize. So again, I'm honored to be in attendance with you today at the Belize Career Forum. And I believe that this event is one that holds immense significance for the future of our young professionals and the growth of Belize and other countries that are represented here today. Career forums provide provide a platform for individuals to explore various career paths and gain insights from industry leaders and also persons who are working and have been employed in the different fields, and for people to make connections that can help them advance in their chosen career, chosen fields. This the These career forums serve as a crucial stepping stone for our young people, our youth and young people, as they navigate the complex world of work and make important decisions about their future. I want to take a moment to acknowledge and commend the organizers of this forum for their hard work and dedication in putting on this excellent event. I know it is no small feat to coordinate an event of this magnitude, but I am truly grateful for your efforts, for their efforts in creating this valuable opportunity for the Belizean community and also the wider community. I also want to say thank you to the sponsors of this event. Without your assistance, this event would not have been possible. In closing, I want to urge all of us, to make the most of this forum and to engage with each other and to take away as much knowledge and inspiration as we can. Our future is in our hands, and events like this are here to support us on our journey towards success. And so, thank you again to the organizers for having me, and I wish all of you a fruitful and enhancing experience at the Belize Career Forum. Thank you. Good morning. Good night.
Thank you very much for this. Let's give them another round of applause. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us get into our first today. A reminder to our viewers that segments being carried out today are education, engineering, international affairs, culture, and communications. At the end, we will also have a scholarship and opportunity segment. So please get your questions ready. For our first panel, we welcome Mr. Ian Oliva. Mr. Ian Oliva holds a Master of Science from National Central University in Environmental Sustainable Development and currently works as an ESL teacher here. Mr. Oliva believes that the bridge between graduating and taking the next step can be a daunting experience, but forums such as this one helps bridge this gap. Finally, fittingly, he will be moderating our education segment, which will be beneficial in doing just what Mr. Oliva mentions. We'd also like to welcome Ms. Javiola Aragon to come to the stage for her panel. Mr. Oliva, I pass on the time to you.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me all? Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So good morning, everyone here in Taiwan, and good night or good evening to everyone back home. So my name is Ian Oliva, and I'm an ECL teacher here in Taiwan. So I'll be the moderator today for the educational segment. Firstly, I would like to introduce Miss Aragon. Miss Javiola Aragon is a foreign English teacher working in Jai City here in Taiwan. This is her 5th semester teaching in the same junior high school. During the week, Miss Aragon teaches in the daytime, And in the evening, she engages in different activities within her community. On the weekends, she explores Taiwan, like us all. She likes to do yoga and eat out with her friends. Miss Aragon accepted this role because she wants others to experience working abroad and to use her lessons to share with others to have short and long-term benefits for Belize. So further to do, let's also welcome Miss Aragon. So I now pass the mic to Miss Aragon.
So I want to start by sharing how I came to Taiwan. A friend told me that she saw on Facebook an ad for teaching in Taiwan. At first I thought, is this real? Is this fake? I really did not know. But anyway, I got my documents together, I submitted, I went through the process, and eventually I ended up in Taiwan teaching in City. So let me share with you what I did. I took my academic documents to the Ministry of Education to have them authenticated, and then I took them to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to have them certified. I got a police record, and I asked that my passport number be written on the police record because that was a requirement for submitting documents to Taiwan. I made sure that my passport had, actually I got a new passport so that I could travel to Taiwan. And then I submitted the documents online on the portal TFETP. And after a few weeks, I received a response and I prepared a 3-minute video demonstrating how I teach. And I had an interview with 3 ladies in Taiwan by Skype. And then a few days later, I received an email stating that I had been accepted and that I was placed in a school in Japan. So I do not know whether this was genuine or not, but I went through the process and then I kept in communication with my school who had also contacted me, and arrangements were made for my arrival. I bought my plane tickets and I came to Taiwan. At that time, COVID was in full swing, and so I ended up traveling to Mexico, and 2 days later I arrived in Taiwan. When I came, I was met by officials and I was walked through the airport. I exited and there was a taxi waiting for me. My school made all the arrangements and I ended up in quarantine for 21 days in a hotel. And then another taxi took me to City, where I was met by the coordinator. My school did all the arrangements for me. So I came into an apartment that was already fully furnished and stacked with food. And my coordinator showed me how to get from school back to the apartment, from the apartment back to school, by route of the scooter and also using the city bus. And 3 days later, I started teaching. That is how I came to Taiwan.
Okay, it's good to hear, Miss Aragon. Miss Aragon, you said that you submitted some document to the ministry. Can you enlighten us on what documents or what requirements you needed to apply?
When you read the information on the TFETP portal, it stated that I needed to submit proof of my academic qualifications. So I sent my bachelor's diploma and transcript and my sixth form diploma and transcript. For some reason, I thought that my master's, oh, I remember now, the documents the report stated that I needed to have taught 1 year after I received my qualifications. And so at the time I got my master's degree, I had switched over to the Ministry of Education. So I had not taught 1 year after I got my master's degree. That is why I only submitted up to the bachelor's level. I also got the police record. I got 2 letters from police. So those are my 2 letters of recommendation. And I got a letter of proof of my teaching years. And those were the documents I submitted. Oh, a copy of my passport and a recent picture. And then I also needed to do a video showing myself in the classroom teaching. But because I had not been in the classroom for a long time, I sent a video demonstrating how I would have taught had I been in front of students. So it was just me standing in front of the camera, pretending to be in a classroom teaching. All documents had to be certified by a GP or a notary public.
I see. Did you also have to submit like a teaching certificate from Belize, or that wasn't required?
Yeah, of course, the teacher's license is pretty standard. You need to show your qualifications. So I had to have that certified and sent as well. I needed to take all of those documents to the Embassy of Taiwan in Belize. That's by Belize today.
So when you applied, this is separate from Teach in Taiwan, right? Or is this Teach in Taiwan?
Right. The program is called Taiwan Foreign English Teachers Program. But that is one that is directly to the ministry. From living in Jai and living in the community of foreign English teachers, I understand and I know that there are 2 or 3 other recruiters that are used frequently, and one of them is Teach Taiwan, and the other one is Premium, I don't remember his full name, but it's Premier something something. And there's a third one, but I'm not familiar with the name because that recruiter doesn't have the contract to recruit for Jai City very high. But depending on the area where you live in Taiwan, there are different recruiters.
And based on your experience of what you have heard, which one would you say is the best one or most preferred?
Based on discussions, conversations with the other foreign teachers, there are 32 of us that meet regularly every month. We are brought together by the coordinators of the city for a monthly workshop, and also provide us with an opportunity to interact with each other, to share what's happening with us professionally and socially. Whether you come under the TFET program or under the recruiters, there are benefits slightly different. The one I am under, we mostly teach at the junior colleges. I think a couple of the teachers will have the opportunity to teach at the senior high school level.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you so much, Miss Aragon. Now we're going to the next part, to our next panelist, Miss Aspinall. So Miss Aspinall is currently working as a professional development coordinator for the Taichung Foreign English Teacher Program, whereby she coordinates with her team of other coordinators and the Taichung English Teaching Research Center, as well as the Bureau of Education, to organize and plan workshops and professional development programs for teachers in Taichung. She also teaches in Ruru Junior High School, where her goal is to get students comfortable speaking English. She tries to do this using technology in various ways, such as completing projects, making videos, and doing presentations. Ms. Tamika Aspinall would like to give some insight into the opportunities available for those who are interested in teaching in Taiwan. So now let's welcome Ms. Aspinall. So Ms. Aspinall, are you here with us? Ms. Aspinall? Okay. It seems that Ms. Aspinall is not here with us at the moment. So while we're waiting for Ms. Aspinall, we'll go into the question segment. So Miss Aragon. So what challenges or difficulties were faced when adapting to Taiwan educational system? And what support was given to ease your adaptation process? I know you told us that they picked you up from the airport and showed you into your apartment and stuff. But how was it like socially, adapting, making new friends culturally with a cultural shock and professionally, from working in Belize and working in Taiwan as a teacher?
Okay, so that's a two-part question. Let me deal with the professional aspect first. When I went into the classroom to teach, the school basically told me, teach whatever you want, which for me was difficult because teach whatever I want. Out of everything that I know or that I have taught in the past, which one do I choose to teach? And so the school and I went through a process of figuring out what it is that the school needed me to do and what it was that I could do for the students. And so through a process of trial and error, we arrived at the current state where basically I provide an English-speaking environment for the talented students. And what that means is that in the beginning, I started teaching like I am teaching in Belize, trying to teach English. Your English classes with the local teachers. And now that we have finished our 5th semester together, we are at the point where I am expanding on the lessons that the local English teachers are delivering to the students. So the local teachers teach English, the grammar, the new vocabulary, and give them practice. And when they come to my class, I use what they're being taught to have conversations and to give them reading practices in reading situations. So I use a lot of YouTube videos. I use a lot of material from Instagram, such as Oceana Belize, Travel Belize, Holiday Belize, to talk about culture, English, to talk about saving the oceans or why it is important to know about the SDGs. And I find that in Belize, our students will be very vocal with their opinions, but in Taiwan, the students are very quiet. And the difficulty I encountered was trying to get the students to join me in a conversation, to share opinion, to think beyond the grammar of the sentence or the answering those straightforward questions in a reading passage. Thinking beyond and forming an opinion, looking for facts, cause and effect. That is what we are doing in the classroom. So basically, when new teachers come to Taiwan, depending on the school, you find that you're not going to come here to teach spelling or vocabulary or to teach basic level questions, especially if you are teaching in the junior colleges. And discussing with my close friends here who teach at the elementary level, they also know that we cannot teach the content that we would teach in our home countries. And we're always editing and cutting down on the content that we teach in the classroom because the students, even though they have had a few years of English, it's with the foreign English teacher, it's once a week. And so at the fifth grade and sixth grade level, their vocabulary and their writing ability is mainly at the second or third grade level in Belize. And so the content that we teach has to be very, very limited. I taught a class where I took one word and had two lessons teaching something using that word. Also, the students' writing ability is very limited. Their reading ability is higher, they can read. But then when you ask them, do you understand what I'm reading? They say, a little bit, or not really. And so the lesson then has to become about having them understand what they read. Before we can move on to what was the real lesson. So one of the challenges that new teachers will face is that there's always a need to be adapting the lesson to fit the needs of the students. Another challenge is that the local teacher sometimes is a homegrown teacher, and so that local teacher doesn't have enough English to assist with the lesson. Another challenge is that the English teacher might be left alone in the classroom teaching students whose English ability is very low. It's difficult to teach the students English or to engage in conversation with them if their English vocabulary is not high enough. And also, they're so polite that they will not tell you they're not understanding. So when you ask, do you understand? They go, and that can mean yes or it can mean no. And so, as a foreign English teacher, it's necessary to be attuned to the students and need to read their body language and interpret their answers so that you can move forward with the lesson.
Yes, I see Miss Oregon. It's a very interesting experience, especially to have you can teach whatever you want. This is similar to my experience right now in summer. Is that I can teach whatever I want, and whatever could means a lot of things. So sometimes, like, just like as you said, it's good to incorporate what you're learning in the curriculum as you transition maybe from first to second or third to fourth. Yes. So as we continue discussion, we now have Miss Tanika Asfaral here with us. So Miss Asfaral, I'll hand over the mic to you. So everyone, let's welcome Miss Asfaral.
Hi, hello everybody. Good morning in Taiwan and good evening for those of you here in Belize. My name is Tamika called Aspinal, and I've been teaching in Taiwan for 9 years. I started off in a cram school and I taught there for 6 years. And I transferred into the same program that Miss Fabiola is in, but she's in Jai and I am in Taichung. And I had a background in teaching English before in Belize, but it's been so long that I think that my background, my teaching in Taiwan, I'm more in touch with the culture and the teaching environment in Taiwan more than that back home. Um, the process of getting employed wasn't as strenuous as Miss Fabiola since I was already working in Taiwan. for those previous 6 years. But in order to get the teaching position, I applied to a company called Teach Taiwan, and they were the facilitators that helped us to get all the documents and everything together. Same documents that were mentioned as before. And um, essentially, they assisted in the process. Every document you need, they will tell you. You get things signed and submitted. They make sure that you have all your things together. They will even help you find an apartment if you need to. So they made the transfer very easy for me. Um, my background in education is I have a bachelor's degree in biology education from the University of Belize, but I did my master's in the University of the South Pacific in Fiji. So I have a master's in education, and almost immediately after completing my master's, I came to Taiwan to teach. Um, so, like I said, my experience here has been quite long-winded. I've been living in Taiwan for 9 years. Um, so that's my kind of background in the professional environment. I'm a professional development coordinator now for the Taichung English teaching program, which I facilitate workshops for the teachers within our program, and I also teach in the junior high school, in rural junior high school in Taichung City.
Okay, I see. So, Miss Aspinall, what challenges or difficulties were faced when adapting to, um, sorry, since you are currently in Belize and dialoguing with the colleagues from back home, what differences or similarities have you seen in the educational environment between teaching in Belize and Taiwan?
So I recently came home for vacation and I've been kind of dialoguing with the teachers, some of my friends here in Belize. And some of the differences that I found is the availability of resources. In Taiwan, in the classroom, you're practically given everything that you need. So technology is available. In my classroom, personally, I have iPads, I have a smart screen, I have all of these things available, and if I need anything, I can contact my director, and she would help me access whatever resources I need. But here in Belize, there is definitely a lack of resources, especially when it comes to teaching material that has to do with technology. So that is one major difference. The other thing is classroom management issues. While we all have issues, the issues kind of differ. The students in Belize tend to be very loud and rambunctious and outspoken, while in Taiwan, they tend to be very subdued and quiet, and we kind of have to pull a few teeth to get them to speak. You know, you have to find really creative and innovative ways to get them to speak out or to get them to even use the limited vocabulary that they might have. The reading level is not at the same level since we're in the public school system. Some students go to cram school, so they're very proficient in English, while others that don't go to cram school, their English level is very limited. So we have to find a way to differentiate our teaching so that we can reach those higher level students as well as the lower level students. Um, Another thing would be the whole thing of professional development, since that is my area. A lot of teachers in Belize feel like the CPD hours that they need to attain, some of them feel like, well, the ones that I've spoken to feel like it's not really relevant. While some content might be relevant, they feel like it's just for them to get the teacher's license. And I can only speak from my perspective. The CPD programs that I'm running currently with my team in Taichung, we try to gear our teaching toward or professional development towards the needs of the teachers as well as the needs of the students. So those are some differences that I personally heard. But some of the similarities are also challenges. The challenge to keep students engaged and motivated while learning. We all know that we're in a technologically driven society. We're also in a society where the students are practically born with a cell phone or a tablet in their hands. So when it comes to teaching, some of the traditional methods don't necessarily work. So now teachers have to find more innovative and strategic ways to reach their students, and also keeping them motivated and finding new teaching methods that can get them more motivated to learn.
I see. Miss Aragon, do you have similar experiences in terms of the resources? Do you feel in Taiwan there's more resources? And also, how are the kids' interaction? Would you say, like as Miss Aspinal, that you're a bit shy here in Taiwan?
It's the same. I would like to add that what I found amazing, in addition to the resources, is the way students are treated. I sit in the guidance office, which is the office where the students sit. Those are the directors and the deputy directors. And the students can walk in at any time of the day. They are treated like the most important person in the school just walk in. In my case, when I am sitting at my desk, either planning or checking papers, a student will walk in, the director will come and say, "Maria, the student has come and wants to practice speaking English with you. Do you have the time?" And of course, I always say, "Yeah, I have the time. I'd love to have a conversation with the student." And this happens regularly that the students will walk in and want to practice their English. So we sit at the table and we have a conversation. And these same students might be in my class and rarely speak in front of other students. So in addition to resources, the students at my school are provided with the time and the environment where they are comfortable to practice speaking their English. So that's the difference I find with being in the classroom in Belize.
Ms. Aragon, do you have any advice for teachers who are working in Belize and looking to come to Taiwan to teach?
First, I would say that it would be a good idea to teach abroad for a year or two and then return to the classroom in Belize to teach, because you are going to learn a little bit more about how things are done differently in the other countries, and you might pick up new strategies, and you'll be able to see how the education system works, how teachers operate in the classroom, and you will be able to take that back with you and become a better teacher. Second, I would say when you come to Taiwan or go to any other country to teach English, come with an open mind, because the way you teach in the classroom in Belize will definitely be different from the way you will be teaching in Taiwan. I'll give you an example. In Belize, the classroom has 25 to 30 students. If you are teaching in the elementary schools, the number of students will be the same. But if you are teaching under your secondary license and you are at the junior or high school in Taiwan, your class size might be much smaller. For example, I had a class one semester that had 2 students. I thought that with 2 students, the class would be canceled and combined with the other group. But no, the student told me that's fine. There are other teachers who also teach 2 students because it's the bilingual program or the talented program. My class has varied in numbers. I have taught 9 students, 12 students, 16 students. And I have had a full class also, so anything can happen. You can be asked to teach specific subjects. So the curriculum is the same there. The topics will be like teaching about food, teaching about transportation, living at home, sports. But what you are asked to teach or how to teach under those themes might be different depending on your school. But I do want to add one more thing. As some teachers that I spoke to came thinking that they will be teaching English. You need to be aware that you might be asked to teach in English rather than teach English. And that mindset is very important because if you come with the right mindset, you're going to avoid a lot of stress, a lot of anger, a lot of confusion. So come open-minded, anything can happen.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Aragon. I cannot believe two students and they still keep the class. I would love to teach that class. Only two students. Ooh, the English will improve a lot. Miss Aspinall, do you have similar like any advice you would have for teachers that want to come to Taiwan or
Definitely to keep an open mind. The culture can be quite, culture shock is a real thing. And uh, while we might be used to having control of our own classroom, we have to plan our lessons, we have to do everything on our own in Belize. In Taiwan, it's more of a collaborative effort in many cases. In some cases, your co-teacher might just tell you, okay, do what you want, teach what you want, everything is okay. But in other cases, you would have to teach that lesson based on what the school or the co-teacher wants you to teach. And you have to be extremely flexible. Some teachers, they have like maybe 5, 6, I've even heard up to 16 co-teachers, which is an extreme case, but it does happen where you have to work with different teachers and you have to be able to adapt to the different ways and methods that the teachers want you to teach. So you have to be extremely flexible. And you also have to understand that some of the verbal cues and some of the things that we are used to, maybe we would expect a student to raise their hand and ask a question. That might not happen. So you have to be able to figure out how to reach them, even if they're not responding the way that you would think that they would typically respond.
hmm. So Miss Aspinall, as a professional development coordinator, what advice do you have for Belizean teachers who are already in Taiwan to improve their experience or training here in Taiwan?
For those that are teaching in the cram school system, I know that they typically would get training before they start. So usually teachers that are just coming out of university or people who just want to try teaching, as long as you have a bachelor's degree, you can apply. The thing is, you don't necessarily get that pedagogical knowledge content that you would get if you were a trained teacher. But there are tons and tons of resources online. But if you're in a cram school, now there are more specific things that you might need to cover. They might give you the book and say, this is what you have to teach, and you have to finish this particular lesson on this particular day. You don't really have that flexibility, but there are still creative ways that you can use kind of different methods that you can use to teach your students and seek out resources and ideas online. There are tons of games, activities, ideas, and we teach a lot. The students learn a lot by playing games, and that's one of the things that I found out. Using different online resources like WordWall or GameKit or BlueKit. There are tons of them out there that you can use. Learn how to use these things and implement them in the classroom. In addition to that, teaching should be more than just the transfer of knowledge. We have to keep that in mind. So we should try our best to make teaching practical so that the students can take what they learn in the classroom, especially when you're teaching English. There's no better way to reach the students by putting them in scenarios where they can do things like role play, albeit they might be shy, depending on your class and your students. But there are ways that you can, have them do role play, dialogue, conversation. I have my students make videos or do little shorts or little things like that. They write scripts and things like that that could get them out of their little shell, but also make them feel like they're accomplishing something and they're learning the language. So developing your skills, you can find, like I said, tons of resources online, or talk to another teacher, share ideas, and get to know what other teachers are doing and experiencing in their classroom. I like to steal ideas, so I think that was one of the best methods also to improve your teaching skills.
I see. Yeah, so thank you so much, Miss Aspinal. So, wow, right now we have a lot of questions online. Yesterday, no questions. Today, got a ton. So one of the questions that we have, maybe Miss Aragon, you can go into this. Are you able to achieve a work-life balance in this career? And what methods do you use to obtain this? So how is the work-life balance? I know you mentioned that you like to do yoga and eat out with some friends. Do you consider your work-life balance okay here in Taiwan?
Yeah, my work-life balance here in Taiwan is far better than it ever was in Belize. And that's because I made sure that I make it be that way. Coming to Taiwan as the school learns more and more, "Hey, you can do this, you can do that." Um, they want you to do a lot of things, but you need to stick to your contract and follow it closely so that you can give yourself the opportunity to have fun and relax. Um, the school, the co-teachers, and even the ones that don't teach with me, they're very friendly and they want to show their country to me. And so in building a relationship with the other teachers in the school, I get the opportunity to travel around Jai City, Jai County, and other parts of Taiwan, knowing the country and at the same time building a relationship with the teachers at the school. And through them, I have met their friends, and while traveling, I have met other Taiwanese and other foreigners. And I have made the effort to build relationships with the people I meet who have the same interests that I have. And that allows me to do a lot of activities that I would not have done in Belize. For example, Taiwan has a lot of DIYs. And so I would go to these do-it-yourself shops and engage in pottery, painting, making jewelry, a lot of stuff. And I take this opportunity to do it with friends so that I am not alone. I don't get depressed. I learn from their experiences. I share my experiences. And that is what keeps me going and gives me the energy. And I use what I learned during my playtime to incorporate those experiences into my lessons as well, because a lot of my students have not traveled throughout Taiwan as I have, well, because of their age and they're very, very busy with school and trans school. And so they are amazed that I have traveled to so many parts of Taiwan and they learn through my experiences as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Aragon. We're running up a bit out of time, and we have a lot of a few maybe one more question we can do. Miss Aspinal, maybe you can give some insight. So some online viewer has. What would be a reasonable salary range to expect if you want to enter the field here in Taiwan? And what is the long-term potential?
Long-term potential is definitely a possibility when you're teaching in the public school system. Every year you renew your contract yearly, and your salary does increase. The starting salary is usually about 69,000 NT dollars. I'm not sure what that is in Belize. Can somebody do some maths for me? So the starting salary with a bachelor's degree, no, actually that was previously, they recently raised the starting salary to about 72,000 Taiwan dollars. So if we
I
divide
see
that by
about
15,
4,450.
right, so that would be your starting salary with a bachelor's degree and a valid teacher's license. Now, that's for the public school system, that is standard. There are also other benefits that you would get a stipend towards your housing. So if you're a single person, you would get 5,000 NT towards your housing. And then they would give you, if you have a family, then they would give you 10,000 NT rent stipend towards your housing. And then in addition to that, in Taichung City, we also give $1,000. I'm talking in NT dollars, $1,000 stipend for transportation. So if you're driving your scooter, you get $1,000 towards your gas for the month. or if you're taking the bus or using public transport, you get the money towards that. And there are other incentives such as a reimbursement for your flight to Taiwan and back um, from Taiwan for you, and then you get a portion of the flight reimbursement back for any dependent that you want to take with you to Taiwan. So there, and you would get a end of year completion bonus, which would be a month's salary as well. And that salary increases with every contract renewal. So I think that it's a very attractive package for a starting position in Taiwan.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Aspinall and Ms. Oregon. So we reached the end of our segment. Sadly, we weren't able to answer all the questions. There were a lot from online, but I would like to thank you both. And if you guys have any more questions, you can still send in your questions at the end, and hopefully we can answer it later. Okay, thank you so much. Now I hand back the mic to Mr. Amador.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oliva, for the discussion with our panelists. A great thank you to both Ms. once again and Mrs. Spino for sharing their knowledge. And we would like to welcome Ms. Fabiola back to the stage to receive her. As Mr. Oliva has mentioned, if in the live chats in either Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube, you can continue to send in your questions, and if you do not have enough time, the questions will be shown to the panelists after the forum so they can respond to you. Now, let us move on to our second panel, which is the engineering segment. Let us welcome our moderator today, Mr. Nadim Sharaf. Mr. Sharaf is an outgoing committee member of the Belize Association, Avish Jingor, a recent graduate of National Taiwan University of Science and Technology, Master of Science in Civil Engineering. Mr. Sharaf believes that this forum allows us to directly engage with professionals and gain insights that cannot be easily found online with such fields. Mr. Sharaf will be moderating the engineering segment, and we pass the floor to him.
Okay, thank you for that introduction. Let me start. Engineering in Belize plays a critical role in the nation's development, driving advancements in infrastructure, energy, and environmental sustainability. The profession encompasses a wide range of specializations which contribute to the growth and modernization of Belize. The engineering segment of this career forum provides aspiring and established engineers with an invaluable opportunity to gain insights and inspiration from industry leaders. By observing this panel, attendees can learn about the latest advancements and best practices in engineering. Today we have three panel members who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience in their respective fields. Mr. Michelan Gilhari is currently a project engineer at the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing in Belize. Mr. Philip Codd is a grid modernization and renewable energy engineer for Belize Electricity Limited in Belize. And we have Mr. Somit Betancourt, who's a fellow for the Transparency Division at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Secretariat currently in Germany. Let me give a quick introduction of these three gentlemen. So, Mr. Gilhari is an experienced civil engineer dedicated to enhancing Belize's infrastructure. He has an unwavering commitment to progress, emphasizing his belief that the transformative power of engineering is a catalyst for positive change. Mr. Gilhari exemplifies the spirit of innovation, resilience, and social inclusion in the execution of all development projects. His dedication to his profession in building Belize's development serves as an inspiration to aspiring engineers and Belizeans, shaping a brighter future for generations to come. So let's welcome Mr. Michelan Gilhari. We have Mr. Codd is a highly motivated engineer at BEL, specializing in grid modernization, and renewable energy initiatives. He leads and implements projects that leverage smart grid technology to enhance the reliability, efficiency, and sustainability of Belize's electrical grid. His expertise lies in integrating renewable energy sources and automating fieldwork processes to optimize project implementation. This focus ensures smoother project execution and paves the way for a cleaner, more resilient national power grid with intelligent management capabilities. Let's welcome Mr. Philip Codd. Mr. Samit Betancourt hails from the beautiful town of San Ignacio, where his admiration and respect for nature were nurtured and many of his core values were developed. As a dedicated climate change professional, he has had the privilege of serving Belize as both a consultant and public officer for the past 6 years. Throughout his career, Mr. Betancourt has taken on various roles from researcher to climate change negotiator. Let's welcome Mr. Betancourt. Okay, so a quick reminder before we start. I want this to be more of a conversation. So when I ask the questions, anyone can pretty much say their opinion. It's not really directed to one person. Okay, so let's try to make it as fluid as possible. The first one, the first question I have would be, what skills or knowledge areas do you find most lacking in new graduates entering the engineering field in Belize? We can start with Mr. Gilhari.
With the engineering field, I would say that what is lacking when they're entering into the field is the experience. So majority of the time they do not get internships depending on the university they're coming from. So what I would suggest is that they need to try and start up somewhere else or at least seek with APIB. They can join APIB as an associate, as a student, and then from there they can be guided accordingly to when they come back into the field, into the country, that they will be able to have that connection already or that networking so that they can have that first step in seeing where they can be placed to start gaining that experience that they require.
Mr. Codd, do you have?
Yeah, so for me, one of the things that I find lacking when it comes to young engineers is data literacy and programming skills. I currently work in a department with a lot of young engineers, and I'm a young engineer myself. And while we bring a wealth of technical knowledge to the game, a lot of times we find ourselves making decisions using data, and we do not have a real good grasp of data a lot of times. So I do believe acquiring a good data science background will really give you that boost when you enter the workforce.
Yeah. And Mr. Betancourt, do you have anything else to add?
Yes, thank you. So more from a interdisciplinary perspective, I think, because as you mentioned, my expertise is climate change, not necessarily engineering. However, the two are really intertwined when you really look at it. I would say not specifically for engineering professionals, but graduates in general. Many times they lack interdisciplinary knowledge. In today's world, engineers must understand the environmental impacts of their projects and incorporate sustainability from the outset. So, skills such as environmental assessment, climate resilience, and sustainable resource management are crucial, in addition to these technical skills, as the previous panelists mentioned. So, I think if especially in a country like Belize, we're continuously developing and more in a sustainable manner. You must keep these things in mind. So you have to come with a more complete package, understanding other fields, particularly climate change, which is embedded in all sectors at this point. So that would be from my opinion. Thanks.
Uh, Touching back on the work experience that Mr. Gilhari mentioned, would you recommend them to stay abroad and get some work experience, or is it not that necessary in Belize?
For me, I could tell you from my experience, I didn't really gain much experience from abroad. I came home and I got my experience here. But what I would suggest to people coming in is that they can't be afraid. They need to go out and search for that job even though it's not a high paying job, I could tell you that my first job wasn't as an engineer, it was more like an assistant. And from there you go learning, and once they see your potential, then they say, hey, you know what, well, now we can put their engineering background, their education into use. But you have to prove yourself to your employer, to the person who, if you're going into the private sector, you have to prove to them, to the owners. And if you're going into the public sector, that's a bit different because for that you more than likely need a letter of recommendation. You're not as open with respect to having just application forms that you can just submit. So it's more limited within the government sector. But from where I started in the government, I could tell you that I had already gained some experience in Belize privately, but I didn't necessarily work as an engineer. I worked in the engineering field. I was um, doing a construction in Corozal, my hometown, and that's where I managed to start showing my potential and seeing and learning as well. No? And then once you have that experience, then you can now put that in your CV and start selling yourself. At the end of the day, it's how you sell yourself and where do you want to achieve, right? Where do you want to go?
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything to add based on the work experience?
Yeah, for this
Yeah.
one, I do feel like it's really up to you if you want to stay abroad or come back to Belize. And while I did not had that experience, or while I did not pursue that experience to work abroad, I do believe that if your career path aligns with certain goals, especially when it comes to advanced fields, you definitely want to seek opportunities abroad. And one classic example would be like in the semiconductor industry in Belize, we do not have an industry for that. So I would beg the question, what's the point of coming back home with that aspiration, right? However, I always tell my colleagues who are in Taiwan, Belize is fertile soil, right? In Belize, we're developing, we're actually in a very unique time right now where development is needed. So we have that opportunity to build a local network here. You start to work on projects, you start to develop those projects, and you actually start to become a leader in what you do. You actually start to become an expert in what you do here in Belize. And at the current place where I work, we see young engineers really striving in this area. So it really depends on whether or not you want to come home or not. But of course, getting that experience abroad will definitely broaden your portfolio, and you can bring those advanced solutions back here in Belize.
Mr. Betancourt, sorry, just message from the producers. If you could please turn on your camera if you're available to turn it on.
Yeah, just having a bit of issues here, so
Yeah.
I'll just probably log in and log out and log back in. Yeah.
Okay, so the next question would be, what specific projects are currently driving the demand for engineers in Belize, in your opinion, and what specializations do these projects require? So, for any aspiring engineer, where should they go for basically? What specialization should they study? Uh, Sir Glahari?
Okay, so in my field in civil engineering, there are basically about three areas that I would say are crucial for specialization. It would be in highway engineering. We don't necessarily have anybody who has specialized within the country as a highway engineer per se. We need another one in we are well, recently we just got some coastal engineers, so we do have that specialization. And in geotechnical, we have very limited amount of people in geotechnical engineering. So those would be to me the areas that I would say are ripe for the picking in that sense, no? Because a lot of people go and study structural engineering, but to me it's not that crucial because we're not building skyscrapers in the country, right?
Yeah.
So if you study structural engineering, yes, you know how to design it, but probably if you stay in Belize, you may never use that expertise. But when it comes to highways, when it comes to the coastal, you have ports, we have seawalls, we have jetties to build, we have islands that we can assist in construction stuff. So to me, I specialize in coastal engineering. I have my master's degree in that because I come from the Bay. So I see my Bay. I know some of the issues. I have approached the government with some of the erosion that we have. We have rivers that we need to train to reduce flooding. So those are the areas that I would say that as aspiring students that they need to see the market, see what they want to do, and what's applicable within our country if they want to develop it. Yes, we're in a developing country, but we have to also see the direction that the country is going and how you can be a part of it. So that would be my answer to that.
Okay. Mr. Cod?
So for this question, I would definitely speak in the context of the energy sector. So here at BL, we're big on grid modernization. That's one of the biggest projects that we have upcoming in our department. And what grid modernization is that you're really strengthening the national grid using resilient materials, building redundancies in the network to improve reliability, and also integrating smart technology and more greener energy into the grid. All of this really calls for specific skills like project management because these are very expensive ventures. So you need to know how to manage budgets, need to how to manage your resources and your stakeholders as well. Another big thing when it comes to grid modernization is that you need to understand data. So you need to understand where your issue lies and and those issues are actually documented. So you need to locate where are those information being documented. Is that data quality good enough for you to use for analysis and so forth? So all of these are really crucial for all engineers across the board as the market keeps on emerging, especially when it comes to the energy sector and the civil engineering sector, or even the mechanical engineering sector.
Thank you. Mr. Betancourt, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you. I would agree with my colleague in terms of the energy sector and in general on renewable energy and climate change adaptation, particularly as it comes as it relates to climate resilient infrastructure. As Belize focuses on sustainable development, expertise in these areas become increasingly critical. So engineers who can design and implement renewable energy systems or manage these systems, manage water resources sustainably, and develop infrastructure resilient to impacts are particularly valuable. I think we've seen the impacts of Hurricane Beryl recently. It almost completely decimated the island of Grenada. Their infrastructure was lacking critically. I think over 90% of their infrastructure was destroyed. And so, we were lucky we weren't hit by Beryl, but I think, and we've been doing this, sort of incorporating climate resilient infrastructure in terms of the projects being implemented, but it has to be done at a level where we are now increasingly expecting tougher storms, category 4, category 5, and at this point it might be even beyond that. So we have to keep these things in mind. And in terms of course, as we shift from fossil-based fuel or energy sources, renewable energy in terms of solar, primarily solar is critical. So something to keep in mind.
Okay. Thank you. So touching back on the smart grid networks and the energy, well, not to make it about me, but I currently I finished my master's degree in civil engineering. But here in Taiwan, everything is about AI, artificial intelligence. Even my thesis was actually using AI in energy grids to classify fraudulent and genuine consumers. So my question is, how is artificial intelligence being integrated into engineering practices in Belize? And if it's not, are there any place to do so, or are the engineers even aware of such existing innovation? We can start with Mr. Khaled.
So this is definitely a hot topic for us at BL. AI is becoming the thing now, like it's a huge buzzword for us, and it's slowly adopting its way into the engineering sector. So currently we have two ongoing pilot projects to do automated inspections for our distribution and system. So what we do, we utilize drones, and also we utilize cameras that are mounted on vehicles to pick up data on the field, right? So we capture tons of images from different angles. And what we do is, this is actually a partnership as well with other companies. We're not doing it ourselves, but what it does is that it takes those images and it puts it in an AI model, and ultimately the AI recognizes certain anomalies as it pertains to the infrastructure. So certain things that you cannot see from the ground, that the AI does, that it recognizes it and it learns it. So when it sees it again, it knows that, okay, that is an issue. And that's with poles, transformers, or lines and other devices on the line. This really optimizes our work in what we do, because typically we would send a human being on the field to go and inspect every pole, every line, one by one. No, you're talking about hundreds of miles of infrastructure, and that is not done overnight, right? So when you use technology and AI, you get to be more efficient in the things that you do. Especially now with the emergence of grid modernization and smarter grids, we're adopting smart meters into our system. That project will commence very soon. And what we will do with that data is that we'll start to do more predictive maintenance. So we'll look at where our outages are frequently happening in the system. And once we notice that in one area, there are too many outages, that yeah, model can tell us that, okay, there's probably something wrong on the system here, and we'll need to go and address that very quickly before the system collapse. Also, what we can do with AI is that we can take your energy data and to predict what will be your next usage pattern. So we can tell you more or less, okay, you're going to use more energy due to a hotter day, and we can also tell you that you can do this or that to reduce your consumption. So with AI, it's a lot of data, but what we really have to do first is to normalize that data to make that data workable, and from there we can optimize those using AI.
Thank you. Yeah, in my lab this year, actually, I had some colleagues working on something similar where they were predicting even years ahead the usage of electricity to such a high accuracy, basically. So I believe in Belize, if we're already implementing something like this, it's a good sign. Mr. Gilhari?
Well, in the field of civil engineering, I wouldn't say we have AI, but I would say we have other softwares. So, for instance, we have the AutoCAD with the BIM, and so you can have interactive with respect to the electrical, to the HVAC, to the mechanical, and the civil side of it. Then we also have LiDAR, where we take aerial photographs, and with that we can develop the entire topography of the country. In fact, we have already done all of Belize district itself and parts of Cayo. So for my project under the coastal, we did implement LiDAR survey and have the imagery. So we have the photogrammetry and we have the DEM files, which are the topos. And with that, we use to design it, and we can be as accurate to the 15 centimeter within the entire scope. And with that, we covered about 800 square kilometers. And so that's the use of technology. But with respect to AI making decisions for us or doing a design, I don't think it's there yet with respect to the civil engineering. As the colleague said in BL, it's good to hear that they're implementing it, which is very useful. But from our end, within the government, I don't see anything with respect to that AI. I know we have ArcGIS that does similar predictions with respect to flooding models. So with respect to NEMO, they are able to tell immediately which areas would flood, which areas hurricane shelters they have it pinned, which one would be uh, more safe with respect to the path the hurricane is taking and stuff like that, right? So we're still using technology, but perhaps not at that AI level.
Thank you. Mr. Betancourt, do you have?
Yes, thank you. So actually, I think AI in a general sense they're starting to incorporate it in all aspects. I think here at the UN Climate Change Secretariat, for instance, we regularly have sort of training workshops on how to implement AI in this sense, more so to make your work a bit more efficient and effective, because the secretariat in general lacks quite a lot of human resources, and so there's quite a large workload. But shifting now to more back in Belize and the measurement reporting verification unit that I work with, we do a lot of land use and land use change assessment and monitoring using ArcGIS, for instance. But we've been in communication with partners abroad who are now implementing AI in terms of automating the land use monitoring, and which is something that we're very interested in. The unit itself is about 2 years old, so we've mostly manually been doing land use assessments, but we are very open to adopting these technologies and sort of building our capacity in that direction. I mean, at the end of the day, it's only about 4, 6 of us in that team. We're responsible for a little over 23,000 plots that we have to individually assess. And so in any area that we can get some type of automated support with, of course, our quality assurance, quality control would be beneficial. So it's something we're looking into and we're hoping to adopt sometime in the near future.
Yeah. I'm really hopeful that Belize implements as much AI as they can in all sectors. Here in Taiwan, they literally eat, sleep, drink AI. Everything is AI. Any career you go into, they talk about AI. They try to implement AI. So it really is the future. So specifically for Mr. Betancourt, I would like to know, how does your sector work alongside these engineers to promote environmental sustainability, or even to make these policies for Belize?
So to sort of touch a bit more on the policy aspect. So again, what we do is primarily what we're responsible for is our greenhouse gas inventories. So sort of estimating emissions removals as a result of land use change. So sort of estimating carbon, for instance, within forests. So the data that we gather, for example, we learn sort of the deforestation rate, what areas of the country is seeing a bit more deforestation or land use change rather, and what is driving this change. Is it settlement? Is it agriculture expansion? And this then directly informs the other sectors, specifically, let's say, agriculture sector, to sort of understand the dynamics across the country, what type of agriculture is being implemented, which district has, for instance, for the forest department, which district is experiencing a bit more forest loss, and what's causing that, how we can address it. Is it that the forest department needs to sort of manage the amount of forest license it's giving and stuff like that? No, and it also informs, so it informs sort of strategic management of the forest. It informs the ministry in terms of policy development and legislation as well. I'm not sure if you're aware, but Belize is currently developing its climate change and markets bill, and the data from that we've collected, it directly feeds into that. And so yeah, so data is critical. It informs and it allows you to make sort of better decisions in terms of management or the way forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Khan, Mr. Gilhari. How are you guys working alongside these environmentalists in your specific projects? We can start with Mr. Gilhari.
Well, with respect to internationally fund projects that the government does with respect to roads, these things are already incorporated within the terms of reference. So we have to work hand in hand with the Department of the Environment, and we have certain parameters that are even greater that the funding projects demand than the government itself. So before we even do on civil works, we have to do an entire environmental, social, and impact assessment. And based on that, once it's satisfactory to the bank, not necessarily to the government or to DOE, because their parameters or their safeguards are more stringent. So that is where we have that environmental, and with climate resilience, we have the factors of 50-year predictions. So with respect to any road, typically they are designed for 25-year design lives, but with respect to the climate resilience aspect, we then take those data and we correlate it we do 100-year storm events, 50-year, based on the information that we have. And then with that is what we use as our designing parameters to then build any infrastructure that we're doing currently. So that is basically how we're doing. Now with national projects is where it's a bit more tricky because there's not necessarily that push with respect to having that climate resiliency involved, and it's just like let's pave a road just to reduce dust suppression. And so there's a big difference with respect to the type of project that is being done, right? So with respect to our highways, though, that is what we're trying to achieve in ensuring that we have climate resilience, and I think so far we're not doing such a bad job in the sense that we don't have floodings for extreme durations. We Yes, some parts of the roads do need some attention, but they're not severely flooded, or they're not flooded for 2 3 days as they were before, or a week. So I think that we're going into the right path, but again, it's just that continuous effort within the government and the IFIs and Department of Environment to keep building these safeguards up, and so that we can achieve these climate resilience that our colleague Mr. Bentecourt was talking about, especially with hurricanes becoming more stronger and the rainfall intensities being higher at shorter duration.
Thank you, Mr. Cod. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I can just add a little bit concerning the environment. So, like I mentioned, one of our pilot projects is to use AI to deal with our inspection programs. And one of the things that we do is that we identify vegetation species. So we are developing our vegetation management program because certain trees require special care when it comes to cutting. So what the AI model will allow us to do is to identify these specific tree species. So when our vegetation management team goes out to do their work, they're handling these vegetation with due care, as not really damage the environment too much. So that's just a little of how we collaborate with the environmental sector.
Okay. Thank you. Well, those are all my personal questions. Now we can touch we have a lot of questions from the audience, so let's get on to that. They're asking, in your profession, do you think there are too many or too few people entering? We can start with Mr. Gilhari.
Hmm. Um, I believe there is never enough engineers in that aspect. We are a very small community. I believe with respect to civil engineering is the most, but we are very small groups of like industrial, chemical, mechanical, electrical. There's not that much. And so it's always welcome to have new people coming in. And what we need to do is just have that collaboration and welcome them and try to guide them and have them apart. So I would say that it's never enough.
Okay. Mr. Cod.
Yeah, ele- at the Belize Electricity Limited, we have a lot of engineers. I do believe we have the most engineers within a company for the entire country, and we still think that that's not enough, right? With the magnitude of work that we need to achieve, we are a very capital-driven company. If you actually read the PUC publications, you'll realize that the investment that we want to make is vast. And this investment requires a lot of engineering work, a lot of research, and a lot of development. So I do believe that there is room for growth for those aspiring engineers who want to come back to Belize to work in the energy and electrical engineering sector. And we do not only cater to only electrical and energy engineers, but we also onboard civil engineers because a lot of our projects they do have civil aspects related to them. And also what we're realizing is that mechanical engineers are becoming important, especially when it comes to analyzing the mechanics of our structures, especially when it comes to building a more resilient grid and getting better material to build a stronger distribution and transmission system as well. So we are realizing that we do not only need electrical engineers, but we need a good cohort of engineers that have various disciplines in what they do.
Okay. And Mr. Betancourt, would you say there's enough or not enough?
Well, I must agree with the experts, Mr. Codd and Gilhari. I'll take their, the more the merrier for them. in terms from my perspective, from a more climate change research type perspective, I would also agree that there is a need for more with specializations, greenhouse gas inventories, carbon research, transparency reporting. As you know, Belize is signatory to several environmental treaties, the Paris Agreement being one. In fact, we have an upcoming biennial transparency report. Globally, all parties signed on to the Paris Agreement must submit this. And a critical thing in that is data. Data from all the sectors: the energy sector, transport, waste, agriculture, forest is key. And analyzing this data. And so I would also agree that some more climate experts with specializations are also needed.
Okay. So I hope whoever's in the audience listening, we never have enough. So go ahead and study what your passion basically. So the other question is, how do most people enter your specific profession, and how did you get your job, your current job? Uh, Mr. Cod, we can start with you.
So, um, at our company, they call me the BEL baby. I practically grew up in the company. My dad worked at BEL for 37 years. I practically knew the company from I was a little child, and I actually aspired to be an engineer at that company. So when I pursued my associate degree in mechanical and electrical engineering, coming out of that, I had a 3-month period before transitioning into my bachelor's degree. I did an internship for 3 months at the company, gained some experience there, went abroad, studied, came back. I got involved with internships at the Belize Electricity Limited as well. So I really and truly built a network there. People knew what I was doing over in Taiwan, came back, had a specific interest in renewable energy, and I guess having that network really landed me this opportunity um, and to be an engineer with at the Belize Electricity Limited.
Okay, Mr. Betancourt, how did you get your job?
Yes, thank you. So, some of the aspects mentioned by Mr. Akkad is key. I think he mentioned an internship. So, I recall doing during my bachelor's degree at the University of Belize, bachelor's in natural resource management. I did an internship at the Department of Environment. I was able to network with experienced professionals there. And when I graduated in 2018, 2017. There was an opening for a project, the Red Plus Readiness Project, for a junior technician, with the primary responsibility of going out to measure long-term forest plots. And I had experience doing that during my NRM program. And so that allowed me to enter into that at a junior level, initially on a 1-year contract. Then that was extended to 2 years, and then it was extended again until the end of the project after 3 years. And the government then saw a unique opportunity to continue to pursue this, and they internalized or institutionalized the unit and created these posts. And now we're doing this as part of the mandate of the Ministry of Sustainable Development and Climate Change. And I've now been doing it for a little over 6 years.
Right. Mr. Gilhari?
Yeah, well, I think earlier I touched a little bit on it. Essentially, for me, where I'm at the ministry, there was an opening not as an engineer, but as a district technical supervisor in Orange Rock. And I wasn't really interested in going in because it's not an engineering post. But I did take it up to gain experience because I was at that time very young and didn't have much experience. I was working in another place with a contractor, but building up that experience. And I wanted to also see the side of government, no? So I got the opportunity, I applied, and I was actually overqualified for it, and they were a bit skeptical to put me within that post because of my degree, because I wasn't gonna, first of all, not getting paid what you should get paid, and but I didn't mind, right? I was up for the experience. And so that's what I would tell the youth out there is that sometimes you need to not really worry about the pay, but go for the experience first. Then once you can prove yourself and you know that you have certain capacities, then demand your remuneration, right? So I started in Orange Rock as a district technical supervisor. I had about party personnel under me, and we were just doing routine maintenance, right? And so basically, I was just managing a unit within the Ministry of Works at the time, uh, sugar roads, drainage, highways, patrol patching. And so I just, while being there, I tried to organize stuff and make it more like how you say computerized, digital, right? Because everything was a bit paper, a lot of paper back then, and to me it was a waste. So I digitized a lot of stuff from them, and then they saw my potential, and then because of that, then there was a post in Belmopan, and they asked me if I wanted to go up there, and that's when I went. And then I started to practice engineering, and from there I kept pushing and pushing. I was just a civil engineer there. Now I'm a project engineer managing a $50 million project in Corozal right now. But it takes time. I'm 10 years in already, and as I said, hard work, and sometimes it's a little bit of luck that you're there at the right time for a available post. And like I said, you just gotta work towards it.
Thank you for the answers. So going back to the salary that you mentioned, you weren't getting paid what you basically deserve. The audience is asking, what is the salary and responsibilities for entry-level engineers in your careers, or in Mr. Betancourt's case, someone in entry level, basically in your field? We can start with you, Mr. Betancourt.
Okay, thank you. So, like I mentioned, I first came in under the Red Plus Readiness project as a junior technician. I think the project budget at the time was about 3.8 million US dollars over 3 years. As a junior technician, as the title implies, it was not a lot that we were getting paid, maybe about 21,000 Belize dollars for the year, with a bit of some stipends, no. So I think it rounded up to about 20, 24, 25,000. But I think, as Mr. Gil Harris said, for me that was not the most important thing. I recall clearly in my interview when they asked me how much I intend on getting paid. I hadn't even thought about that question, to be honest. For me, it was more so getting more experience, getting your foot through the door. So yeah, I probably could have negotiated a bit better than that at the time, but it was my first real entry into the field, and so yeah, essentially about 21 to 20, between 21 25,000 at very junior entry level.
Thank you, Mr. Cod.
Yeah, so when I started working at the Belize Electricity Limited, not to brag, but I started at $42,000 for the year as entry level trainee engineer. So, but that really depends on the experience that you come with. I've seen some guys starting on higher skills because of more experience. So for me, I was relatively new, so that's just the base that we start at, and you do get a lot of benefits as well when it comes. So I guess it really depends on where you work. I would say I can't really speak for the other sectors because, like I mentioned, BL is the only place that I know. But I know that in Belize, BL is actually one of the top paying companies when it comes to engineering.
Okay, Mr. Gilhari.
Right. So government and private sector are two different pay scales. So within government, there's a joke that says you're doing your community service. Um, Typically, for me, when I started, like I said, I wasn't even an engineering post because in the public sector, it's with respect to a post, and that determines your pay scale, right? So me being at a lower post than engineer, I started at 24,000 per annum, right? And from there, when I went into Belmopan, I was at 55,000 per annum, right? So that is more or less how I jumped into the engineering, but I also emphasize that I was under a contract because if I was under the same public service, the starting salary as a civil engineer in the government is about 36,000 to 40,000 per annum as starting, right? Then as you go gaining experience and your years, then you get your increments and you can reach up to like 85,000 per annum.
Okay, thank you. So, one last question, so we wrap up. So, networking, I know it's very important. So, how would you say it's important in your specific sector or community? And what strategies do you recommend for new graduates to form a professional network? We can start with Mr. Cod.
So this one is very important, and I always try to encourage people try to build a good network. Is actually a very essential skill for new upcoming engineers. One of the misconceptions that I had when I was in my associate's degree program is that I'm going to study renewable energy so I can work at BL and implement energy projects and make Belize green, right? That's pure ignorance, right? So when I got to work at BL, what I got to realize is that BL is actually a transmission and distribution company, meaning we do not generate electricity. So working there to implement a green energy project of a 2 megawatt solar plant might not be the best path to take. However, my idea and my goals change over the years, but really and truly new graduates need to get to understand the big picture, right? Each company plays a very important role, especially when it comes to the energy sector. And I'll give, again, an example with the green energy sector. You have several governing bodies. You have the Public Utilities Commission, right? They're actually responsible for regulating electricity activities. You have BL who transmit and distribute the energy. You have the government of Belize who sources the investment and funding for these projects. And then you have private entities who actually invest and develop the projects. So, but the only way you can really get to know this if you talk to people, right? If you understand how the entire big picture operates. When you get to do that, right, you get a better appreciation for how projects come to life, and also you get to select your career path from there. So it's good to be ambitious. It's good to want to go after things, but you really need to understand who does what, right? And the only way you can do that is to build a good network. So right now I network a lot with the Public Utilities Commission when it comes to the integration of green energy to the grid. Because while BL is not in the business of developing again 2 megawatt solar plants or major scale hydro, we do deal with a lot of the studies and the planning to integrate these into the energy system.
Thank you, Mr. Betancourt.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I would say networking is critical in every and any and every field. I say for my field, when it comes to climate change, I mean, it's critical to network with, professionals from across the region, from across different areas of the world in general. I think as big as the field is, it's quite a small network of people. And so it's key to really introduce yourself and learn from these professionals who've been doing this for quite some time. I mean, my advice to the viewers now, if you look at Mr. Carr and Mr. Gilhari, the information they've shared, I mean, you can clearly see they've been doing this for some time. I have a wealth of experience, and so this is seminars such as this, attending seminars such as this, or joining professional organizations, attending workshops, give you an opportunity to listen to these people and to also reach out to them. I mean, you can reach out to Mr. Gilhari, Mr. Cad, myself after this, and they'll give you some insights that you just won't get in school, right? And so that in itself will give you sort of a head start, or allow you to focus a bit on what it is you want to do, understand the dynamics out in the current field, how it's going in Belize, what the trajectory and where it's going. So yeah, it's critical. I mean, can't emphasize that enough.
Thank you, and Mr. Gilhari.
Okay, so I would emphasize, like how Mr. Totally agree with Mr. Bentacourt and Mr. Card in the sense of networking. Just to add to them is you need to look at with the age of technology and everybody has Facebook and LinkedIn and all of these. Follow the people that you want to aspire to become, right? Look at that. join, like how you said, professional. In the country, we have only APIB. And so that's the first start. You need to be there. You'll get a list. You just see random names. You pay your fee annually. There's a general meeting, but there are also campaigns. And that's where you get to meet people of different sectors. And that's where you start creating your network on chatting to different people that you think are relevant for your growth, right? As aspiring engineers or so that's what I would say with respect to the networking. And then from my aspect, I would say is also be active, be proactive. If they ask you to try and be a guest speaker, career days, I try to make an active effort to go to the schools to, inspire students and stuff like that. But they are also international institutions that you can look into. For instance, in the engineering world, in civil, we have ICE, and ICE is the Institute of Civil Engineers in the UK. Once you are certified by them, you're a professional engineer, they will respect your credentials. As you put that on your, like right now we have my name on top here, you put that in there anywhere in the Caribbean or in Europe, you're respected because they know that what you're talking or the education and experience that you have is good. Then there's free things that you can join as well with respect to publishers, those are the things that you guys need to look at and just be active, ask questions, be out there and try to meet new people. That's what I would say.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, we need to wrap up. I want to thank three of you for your valuable time, for your wisdom and knowledge. Thanks. I'll be surely dropping some of you my CV later on. See if I get a chance. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much and have a great
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Shah, for moderating a very elaborate and insightful segment. Thank you as well to our three panelists, Mr. Cox, Mr. Corbin, and Mr. Gilhari. And thank you for giving us some and sparing us for Saturday evening. This concludes our second panel of the conference. At this point, we'll be having a 6-minute break. It is now 10:09 a.m. 8:09 p.m. in Belize. We will reconvene at 10:15 a.m. here in Taiwan, 8:15 p.m. in Belize. For those who are present here today, we'd like to invite you to join us here at the front of the stage on the left and right hand side to enjoy some snacks that have been prepared for you. Thank you.
Good morning, Belize, and good morning. I say good morning, Belize, and good morning. And how are you this morning?
Get up every morning, like go to work from day till night. Get up every morning, like go to work from day till night. I got seven big feet and one on the way. That's the wife that always in need. What a beautiful day. if you drop. Yeah, the shot and a piece of tell you to want go home. If I work tonight, not a single soul inside. Come on, if I work tonight, not a single soul inside. Man, you tell me pick the gun, and the one on the way. When I pick the all gone away. What a beautiful.
Mabuhay Taiwan.
안녕하세요.
Guten Tag.
Bonjour.
สวัสดีครับ
Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
Konnichiwa. I chose to study in NCKU because it's ranked as one of the best universities in Taiwan. That's how I knew the quality of the courses that I was going to take. And also because it's located in Tainan, which I was interested not only in the courses but also in a culturally enriching experience.
NCKU is also very good, very famous for its reputation in terms of education in Taiwan, and it's offered me a great scholarship. That's why I was not hesitant to take this chance.
I would really recommend the Banyan Garden. I think it's beautiful. The trees are really mesmerizing, and I like to go there in the morning, and there are not many people.
To learn Chinese is not easy, it's very difficult. But here, I'm so glad, I'm so thankful because NCKU provide a free 1-year Chinese course for all international students.
After having the free Chinese courses, I will be able to speak one of the biggest languages. So I saw it as an opportunity.
Yes.
NCKU gave me the opportunity to choose my own scholar path, helped me to specialize myself, the courses I like. It's provided me to enjoy learning every day.
Course which is very related to my expertise is about HIV care, and the second one is about research and development. This university provides HIV and public health epidemiology course, which is very connected.
Member of the Belize Cultural Experience, recent graduate from Hamilton University, and she strongly believes in the question to lead to the community of security to public education. And now pass on the time to Ms. Gilhari as she moderates the International Affairs, Culture, and Communications segment. Ms. Gilhari, the time is yours.
Thank. Hello. Okay, so can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that introduction. Welcome everybody to the International Affairs, Culture, and Communication segment. Over the years, there has been a growing interest among students to join the international relations field. But due to the sensitive nature of international relations, there has always been a gap between studying and getting into the field. Luckily for the students and graduates, this career forum seeks to give us deeper insight on what it takes to enter into a prosperous career in international affairs.
Today we have with us His Excellency Mr. Doyle Francis, Ambassador of St. Christopher and Nevis, and Mrs. Chantal Marin Gonzalez, currently a Foreign Service Officer at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Belize. I'd like to begin by giving a short background on our panelists. So let's begin with His Excellency Mr. Doyle Francis. Mr. Francis is a 34-year-old diplomat, educator, community leader, author, and communicationist specialist from St. Paul's Village in St. Christopher and Nevis. Mr. Francis' career as an educator began as a humble 17-year-old secondary school graduate, teaching at Epworth Morris Hillier Memorial Junior School in 2008 to 2012. Recognizing the impact of education on youth and science, he began a journey to further his education and was awarded a scholarship by the Taiwan International Cooperation Development Fund in 2012 to pursue undergraduate studies. This marked the start of his pursuits in higher education. Mr. Francis holds a Master of Science in Global Health and Development from the Taipei Medical University. His research paper, Assessment of Knowledge, Attitudes, and Practices Towards Zika Virus Among Healthcare Workers in St. Kitts, was published in the BMC Infectious Disease Journal in 2021. Preceding his master's, he earned a Bachelor's of Arts in Journalism and Mass Communication from Ming Chuan University in Taiwan. Let's give Mr. Francis a round of applause.
Thank you very much, and good morning again, Asia, and good evening to everyone who is listening from Belize. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I will now introduce Mrs. Chantal Marin Gonzalez. She has been dedicated to serving in the Belize Public Service since 2014, undertaking a diverse range of responsibilities within the ministry. A cornerstone of her role has been representing Belize with pride and integrity, both domestically and internationally. As a Foreign Service officer, she has had the privilege of showcasing Belize on the global stage through participation in numerous conferences and training sessions, consistently upholding the highest standards. From 2017 to 2021, she served as a diplomat at the Belize Embassy in Cuba, initially as first secretary and later promoted to consular. During this tenure, she collaborated closely with international counterparts to explore opportunities and assistance beneficial to various sectors of our country. Additionally, she fulfilled the role of consul at our embassy, providing invaluable assistance to Belizeans, including students, medical patients, and government officials during their visits. Currently, she contributes to the ministry's protocol and consular unit, where their responsibilities include safeguarding the privileges and immunities and all administrative matters concerning diplomats from foreign missions in Belize, managing official and state visits, and essential consular services. Let's welcome Ms. Marin Gonzalez.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for having me, and congratulations to all the graduates. We look forward to seeing you here back in Belize.
Thank you very much. So let's begin with the questions. So when we speak of foreign relations, we often think of diplomats and government officials, but we know that there are much more, there are various fields in international affairs. So I would like you guys to kind of shine some light on what are careers in international affairs. And for part two, how does one go about finding a job in the field of IFR? So let's begin with Mrs. Chantal Marin.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Well, I think there are several careers that we can go. The field is wide. The opportunities are diverse nowadays, and the main one is everyone wants to return back home and represent their country. If you are like me and you are national by heart, and every time you're outside, you're abroad, you feel that Belizean spirit. So you clearly want to come back home and represent your country. So that is the main job opportunity that you have at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You start as a foreign service officer, and you continue on to being promoted and being sent abroad to different missions. You return back home, you gather your information. Coming back home is very important because we understand what Belize needs, and when we go back outside abroad, then we are able to represent and bring back everything that we need for our country. So that is the main role that I think international relations aspire for. But there are other sectors, there are other regions that we can go on. And I think I would categorize it in two different ways. You have the regional areas and regional opportunities that you have, and you also have international opportunities. Where in the regional, Belize is blessed to be part of both regions, CARICOM and SICA, and we can be a part of both of them or either one of them. Um, you have different opportunities as policy analysts in these different organizations. You can be an IR specialist, an IR risk analyst. If you are special in law or economics or foreign trade, you also have opportunities for that. That is for CARICOM, but SICA also provides a wider range in humanitarian and gender-based. So if you are more inclined into the international relations with humanitarian work, SICA is one of the good opportunities that you can find. And then you also have the international organizations, which is the UN, uh, where you can find and diverse opportunities with the different subsectors that they have. For example, you have UNICEF, you have UNDP, whatever your specialization is or your major, I would say. If you like more economics or economical trade, if you like, you can go abroad. It's very broad. And while we think of international relations as Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it goes beyond that. So always keep that in mind that the opportunities are great and are very wide.
Thank you for that. It was really eye-opening. A lot of times, like we say, we narrow into being a diplomat, but there is so many more. Mr. Francis, would you like to add to this?
Yes, I definitely share with what Miss Marion said. I wasn't a diplomat. I was never in diplomacy. I was a teacher. I was an educator. All my life, I was an educator. But even as an educator, you are a diplomat. We're all diplomats. Because diplomacy basically is you maintaining friendly relationship, friendly interactions with people. Now, for us as diplomats and foreign service officers, what we do, we maintain, especially those who are posted outside, we try to maintain a friendly relationship with the receiving states. So in the sense, I am here in Taiwan, ensuring that the relationship that we have with Taiwan for almost 41 years remains strong and remains unbreakable. But all of us as individuals are diplomats. Also, Miss Marin is correct. We always think about just working for Ministry of Foreign Affairs, etc. But you can also work for Ministry of International Trade. You can work for Consumer Affairs, for tourism, because all of us we have to basically deal with people who are on the outside of the Caribbean and on the outside of the region internationally. And so there are many areas where persons with a degree in international relations and diplomacy can enter. So Ms. Marilyn is correct.
Thank you very much. So now, based off of the jobs that there are, as students, as graduates, one of our biggest questions is how can we prepare ourselves to be more attractive candidates to the hiring committees in international relations? It can be very competitive, and there is often, niches within the international relations sphere. So we would like to know what are these things that we can do, or courses, or trainings, or how can we better prepare ourselves to be attractive to the market? Let's begin with Mr. Francis.
I would tell you to be seen. You have to network a lot and make sure that you are seen as someone who is capable of doing any job. What I did a lot of community work. So I had a nonprofit organization. I got involved with, I know a lot of young people that don't want to do this, but I got involved with politics. And so I was a youth leader. And so with that, you build your network. And I believe in law of attraction. And so I told myself when I came to Taiwan to study, I met the other ambassadors, and I used to be a cultural ambassador. And I said to a gentleman one time, I'm going to come back to Taiwan as the ambassador to Taiwan from Sekis and Nevis. And so I worked towards that. I made sure I gave back to my community. And when you give back to your community, people see that you're giving back, they would want to reward you. And also, just apply. You might not get the job that you want, but continuously apply. Send your resume, contact someone, ask them about the job. If there is an opportunity for you to volunteer, because I believe in volunteerism and I volunteer a lot. And so I believe in volunteering and also engaging with different organizations so that I can build my resume. And so when submit my resume and they read my resume, they say, okay, this person I believe we can give a chance, and this person has a lot of experience working with people because, as I said, diplomacy is your interaction with people, maintaining your relationship with people, showing people that you're friendly and that you can get along with others, and also, you can communicate and be a nice person, be very diplomatic. And when you get involved in all of these organizations and activities, it shows that you are someone who can work with other people.
Thank you very much. Yeah, having yourself out there. That's a very good note. Miss Marin?
Yes, well, I'll just add to what Ambassador said. Yes, of course, apply and always apply to everywhere. And even when you get the job that you want, still apply. Never stop applying to a place. Even when you think, okay, I'm at the place where I want. I want to be a foreign service officer. I'm here. But continue to apply. Find other little jobs. Find other regions, other opportunities that you can. And maybe you get the job. And maybe when you receive it, you say, you know what? I still want to stay at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but you at least continue to develop and ensure that your resume continues to be built. One of the key things that I think for Belize that you would want to consider is that for the foreign ministry, you're also competing with people that have other careers, not only international relations, but that have built through the international relations. For example, as myself, I am an accountant, but I'm also a finance an economist. And from there, I also managed to build around the international relations. So my major was not international relations, but when I decided that I wanted to join the ministry or to be an international represent Belize, I built before I entered. So now you as a specialist in international relations, you need to build around that, build through your foreign policy, foreign trade, build through law, expand your knowledge outside of international relations. I think that is key for whoever studied international relations because you need to understand administrative, financial, you need to understand much more than just what it is to represent and what it is in the international arena. You need to have a global concept of everything. When you're sent to a mission, you also become the accounting officer. So administration, economics, all of that comes into play. And if you're shorthanded, then everyone will, you'll have a little, a less advantage within that. So I think that is also apart from volunteering, apart from being seen as ambassador said, but also look into other subjects, look into other things so that you can grow. For example, you can look into methodology, things that can help you boost not only in international relations.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that is a very useful tip. I mean, I think a lot of students they enter international relations. Okay, I got it. I've got the specialty, and that's it. But like you said, when we look at ambassadors, a lot of time they have a very diverse background, not only international relations. Sometimes that is the secondary to their primary studies. So thank you for that. So now we've discussed how to prepare, how to get a job, what jobs there are. But I want to ask you guys, what is the transition like between studying abroad and the reality of working in your home country's government system? Because I know that when we study abroad, we get to see things that are so much more advanced sometimes, or they have different systems that we may find attractive to work in, but then we are faced with the reality of being from a developing country. So what was that like? I would like to ask you first, Ms. Marin.
Well, I think the transition will never be perfect. Will never be what we think it will be or how we expect it to be. But just hold on to it, hold through the rough patches, and you'll get through it. I think that one of the key things that you need to understand or you need to look into is how are you going to, what are your projects placed in terms of when I get back home, what am I going to do? Because you're leaving something that I was just a student, now I'm looking for a job. So prepare yourself for that moment when you come back and you're not a student and you're not an employee, sorry. So you're within that and it's going to be difficult, but one of the things, like Ambassador said, apply everywhere, and the first opportunity you get, take it, and then you'll gradually go to where you want to be.
Nice. Would you like to jump in, Mr. Francis? Reminder, you guys can
Of course, of course.
go on. Yeah.
I believe once you have a good concept of your country, of your society, it will be easy for you. When I left Taiwan 2018, I left Taiwan with ideas from Taiwan, but I knew where I was going. I was going to say it's a Nevis. Now, a lot of times we are out of our countries and we're not too certain as to what is available at home or to the development at home because what we see is just on Facebook, on the media, on news. So I left Taiwan with a lot of ideas just to get home to see that the ideas are already there. So a lot of times we are in Taiwan, we are outside the country, and we are looking in and we're like, oh, we need to develop this, we need to develop that. But you have to return home to see what is there. You know, when I left Taiwan, I wanted to do health communication because my background communication and health, but I went back to education. And I was so surprised to see the development that we had in education. Being in Taiwan, being out of St. Kitts and Nevis, I really didn't have any idea of what was happening at home. So I think a lot of times we stay in Taiwan and we say, I wish Belize could have this, I wish St. Kitts and Nevis could have this, I wish St. Lucia, but we're not sure, we're not certain, or we don't know that that is happening at home. But if you have, as I said, you have a good concept of what you want, when you leave Belize, you need to go back home and be that change maker. And when I left Taiwan, I said maybe some ideas and some were already in place. And then I went there and I made sure to try to encourage people to see things differently. We cannot do it from outside, and we cannot stay in Taiwan, stay in Canada, stay in the US and say the government should do this or my community should do this, but you should go home with your idea and put some things in place.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, like you said, we're out there and we think that nothing's really happening, but the country is moving with or without us there. So thank you. Now let's look at what opportunities are there currently in Belize and in the wider Caribbean, in CARICOM, where a degree in IR can be of great use. What specific areas of expertise have you seen or noticed a lack of? What do you think our countries need more of, or the Caribbean needs more of? Mr. Francis?
I in St. and Nevis, I think we need more persons in health and healthcare. We need to develop our healthcare system, and we are on our way to develop our healthcare system. We need more people who are versed and who understand sustainable development. In St. Kitts and Nevis, I can speak on our behalf. In St. Kitts and Nevis, we have this 2040 Sustainable Island State goal. And so we need persons who have studied in these areas, especially sustainable development, sustainable healthcare, and so on, to return home. We also need people in international relations, but also who have different backgrounds in finance, in economics, and me in health, in communication, because we need to have a wider understanding of the world and what is expected for our countries to develop. And so I think we need a little bit of everything, but we just need people to go home, go home and work in our countries.
Yeah. Miss Marin, you have anything to add? What do you see that there's a lack of in Belize?
I agree with Ambassador. We just need everyone, all the brain to come back home. We tend to lose it everywhere that, the opportunities. And sometimes it's because of the salary range that we might have. When you're out there and you're earning maybe in dollars and in US currency, you find it a bit more and you come back home and you're okay, that was half of what I was winning, or it gives them a back, and that's why sometimes we lose so much great minds. But it is important that if we want to see a change in our country, that we be the change. It clearly is you need to come back to your home to develop. A country cannot be developed without this professionalism. So we need to bring it back home.
Thank you very, very much. Well, don't worry, I'm coming home. I'm there. I'm going there. Don't worry. But thank you very much for that. Yeah, at the end of the day, we just need to go back and see what we can do and where we can fit in the mission of international affairs. So I have one last question before I get into the Q&As that we have gotten from the public. So I would like to ask, what advice would you like to give people studying and graduating in the field of IR that you wish you knew before you got into your positions in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? So let's begin with Ambassador.
I when I saw this question, I thought to myself, what advice can I give to people? Now, I realize that international relations, diplomacy, foreign affairs, foreign service is one that is really rewarding, especially when you're able to negotiate and communicate your nation's interests. And as I said, with me being in Taiwan and having returned into Taiwan, I realized, wow, this is very rewarding. It's quite stressful, and I'm only 34, but I began to get some white hair, some gray hair. I didn't have them back in 2018 when I was at home teaching, but I believe that I would say it's rewarding. Once you understand your country's foreign policy, once you understand foreign relations, international relations, and people-to-people interaction, you would realize and you would understand why there's so many people who are career diplomats, persons who remain in diplomacy for a long time, because it's very rewarding. It helps you to build your character. It helps you to communicate even better. It helps you to meet a lot of people. It helps you to broaden and expand your network. And so I would say before coming back as an ambassador, as a diplomat, I didn't realize it was this rewarding. Yes, I did study um, an MA in international affairs and diplomacy at Minton University, but it was only for 1 year. And I don't think that year prepared me enough to see how much I could gain from really being a diplomat. And not only a diplomat, I'm actually as a top diplomat in the embassy, where I'm the only diplomat as well, embassy.
Yes.
But I would say for you, if you really want to get into international relations, go for it. It's very rewarding.
Thank you very much. Ms. Marin, what are your advices to us?
I think I'm like ambassador. I thought about it so much and I said, what can be the best thing that I would be able to say? And I think that if you are prepared to be a career diplomat, as we would say, not one that would transition through government, that one would stay and be the representation of your government. Either we're not talking about politics, it's about the government that you represent, the country that you are, um, showing the face that you need to understand the policy and know that you would continue to grow on it. Once you see that the different changes that happen, for example, in my experience, I can say that seeing Belize becoming stronger globally, and being able to see Belize how it has changed, and we're having stronger representation. We're being noticed now more in the global arena, and it makes us so proud. So you need to work with your policy, with your foreign policy, you need to work with your governments. And understanding that representing them is the number one priority. Because our face and our whatever actions we also take is what will, they're not seeing Asia, they're not seeing Chantal, they're not seeing Ambassador Francis, they're seeing our country. So I think that is the most important thing, that you know that once you step out of Belize, you are not the person, you are the country.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Even as students, that's something that we're always reminded. Remember that you are your country, you are not just you. No matter where we go, that is always a reminder. Like, just remember, in Taiwan, no one knows who you are, what your lifestyle is. Like, they only know your country, and that is what they see, and that carries on even on the professional level. So now I would like to go into some questions from the audience. We have two big questions that I think I've also had in terms of this practice that is done in other fields in other countries, whereby there are, for example, in Taiwan, there is a diplomats and foreign ministers workers exam. You need to take an exam, you need to sit an exam to actually qualify to be a diplomat or a foreign service officer. Do you think that Belize and CARICOM are looking to implement something like this, or if it is needed? Is it something that you think we need to implement, or are we fine now? Does this give some type of stability to foreign ministers, foreign service ministers, and so on? What are your thoughts on this, Ms. Marin?
Well, if we need it, I think yes. I think every country needs to have um, a career pathwise so that we can see it as a career. Um, while I was sent to Argentina to the diplomatic course, so you can see their development, that they're prepared before. So they have an entire school, and many Latin American countries do have this school that you enter through an exam that you stay during a whole year, and if you it's another degree that you earn, but it's because of the same that I had mentioned prior. Not only international relations students are the ones that are given the opportunity to be foreign service officers or diplomats. You have medical doctors, you have lawyers, economists. There are different careers that come to international relations, to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And if it is important, yes, it is important, because we need to prepare who we're going to be standing outside, who is going to represent us. But unfortunately, I must say we are still a small state. We're still a growing state, and that implies a whole big budget. And if we are ready economically to do that, perhaps we're not. But that is the importance of taking the international aid that we get from other countries. For example, I was prepared through Argentina. Some other colleagues of mine are sent to Taiwan for a year, some other. So the ministry does take it, while it cannot have an entire academic year just to prepare us, or an exam. They do implement it. Maybe not as direct as we would like, as you're saying, but they do indirectly have us being prepared through other aids and other assistance that we get from other countries. So it is important, but if we are able to at this moment, I don't know if we are. And if we would, maybe we would already have it. So I think that is something that we would be able to understand now.
Well, in St. Kitts and Nevis, there is not a qualifying exam, but the foreign service officers and also office clerks and other personnel in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they're given trainings, and so they're sent to Taiwan, similar to Belize, to Japan, Korea. I know there's a school that is attached to UWI in Trinidad and Tobago, where diplomats are sent to train. Now, as Ms. Marin said, can we, an exam right now, I think, yes, we can implement it, but for now, I think that the trainings and the different activities, interactions that they have with different diplomats around the world is working, but maybe in the next 5 years, we can implement them having to sit an exam and us having to sit an exam.
Yeah. I mean, I understand too, also something to note is like, when you want to be a representative of your country, a lot of it depends on who you are, on the type of personality that you have, on the drive that you have, because then you are willing to take these trainings, you are willing to participate and develop yourself personally, even if it's on your own, because you have a passion for the job. So yeah, maybe we cannot afford it now. Maybe someday we will have it. But so far so good, right? Another question from the audience is, considering all the people you've met in your field, what personal attributes are essential for success in this field? What do you believe are some personal attributes that one must have, or is more likely to find success in the way that you are? That
You
Miss Marin?
must.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No. It's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I've only been a diplomat for 2 years, but I think as a diplomat, you must be sociable, approachable, stern, but still kind and willing to learn and willing to meet others. That is diplomacy. Diplomacy is you being able to interact with different people. So for me, when I meet diplomats or persons who work in Ministry of Foreign Affairs who are approachable, kind, sociable, I feel excited because that kind of resonates with mine, with my qualities and my personality. I love to have fun, but I also know my work here is to represent St. Kitts and Nevis and to ensure that our interest is protected here in Taiwan, and our people here in Taiwan, our diaspora is protected and well represented in Taiwan. But I would say try to be friendly, approachable, sociable, and kind.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marin.
I I think we normally say, "Oh, he gave me a diplomatic answer," or "He had that diplomatic face." And having the face, having the answer, having the response is just mean to be in a nice way, saying everything that you need, ensuring that you're polite, that you're respectful at all times, and that your position is clear, but always maintaining your standards and ensuring that you never give a two-face, but you can play the cards.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so learning how to manage yourself, not show your facial expressions too much with your thoughts. But thank you so much, guys. I really enjoyed this segment. It was a pleasure having you here, and thank you so much for answering all the questions and giving us an insight to what the future holds for us students in diplomacy and international affairs. Our segment has now come to an end. Thank you very much for being a part of our career forum.
Thank you very much for having me. Have a good forum and all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for having me.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for a wonderful job at moderating this new segment. Thank you as well for our panelists for your insights and knowledge sharing. As a graduate of International Affairs Diplomacy myself, I think it's very insightful and eye-opening and helpful on what to do next. This concludes our third panel of the conference, and a big thank you again to our audience for making it a very lively discussion with panelists. Our next segment is a scholarship and opportunities segment. This segment is very important to those prospective of coming to Taiwan and other countries to study or apply for scholarships. We welcome you to make it a very lively discussion in the chat. If you have any questions for the panelists, please go ahead, feel free to send it into the live chat. For this segment, we welcome Mr. Jalen Good. Mr. Jalen Good holds a Master of Science in Agriculture, Plant Science from the National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. Mr. Good believes that participating today allows him to assist in providing guidance service to aspiring scholars and those of their journey of growth. Mr. Good, the floor is yours.
good evening to all our viewers and participants in Belize, and good morning everyone here on this side of the world in Taiwan. As stated, my name is Jalen Good, and I will be the moderator for this final segment of our two-day running program for the Belize Career Forum Taiwan 2024. So this segment is entitled Scholarships and Opportunities, which perfectly fits as the finale if you've been tuning in since yesterday, or even if you started today. That means you have traveled the road of hearing what it's like being a professional from the professionals themselves in the fields of your interests. So now here with myself and my panelists, you will get to find out just how you can get started on your journey to reaching that point. For a quick breakdown of this segment, we're going to take it a little casual to remove any pressure you may have felt by the achievements of previous persons who have shared their experiences before, or from any self expectations you may have built for yourself. Briefly, the panelists and myself will do short introductions followed by an icebreaker to get things a little warm. And then we'll do a three-part deep dive into a discussion covering topics such as preparing for a scholarship, how to maximize your study opportunity, and finally, ways on developing home. In the end, I'll do a brief recap of what the points that were made in the discussion, and also the floor will be open for questions to be answered. So if you're viewing live, please take note of any questions you might have and leave them down below in the comment section for us to go back and to cover them. That said, I'm excited. I hope you're all excited, and let's get right into it. And so now it's time for our introductions. Thank you for the introduction once again, host Adriel. It's very lovely. I don't think I need to add anything further about that for myself, other than the fact that yes, I am a recent graduate from National Kingston University, studied agriculture with a major in plant science. Now, moving on to the more important people, my panelists. I've had the pleasure of already having crossed paths with two of the three panelists here with us today. And without exaggeration, I can say that these two young men are individuals who are actively working to shape the future by being the changes they wish to see. A quote I just heard used by Miss Chantal Marin. Love the initiative. So the first one, let's hear from if you're a viewer from Belize, his face is none strange to your TV screen, and for good reasons, of course. And his athletic resume upsets the nerves of anyone facing off against him. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brighton Cod.
Thank you, Jalen, and warm wishes from New York. It's now about 10:55 p.m., but I'm delighted to be here to share my experiences and share my knowledge, and also provide an added avenue for opportunities for our graduates, and also for Belizeans who could utilize the knowledge as well. So I'm Brighton Codd. I'm 29 years old. I'm from Belize City. Currently, I'm posted at the mission. I'm working with the Alliance of Small Island States. I'm a diplomatic fellow following climate finance, sea level rise, debt infrastructure. So all things climate change at this moment. And I look forward to being able to contribute as well from the sports aspect to share how I went about navigating education and finding balance with academics as well.
Thank you, Mr. Cott, and I look forward to what you have to share with us today. And our next panelist is the man who puts the O in opportunity. I'll tell you a short story. I attended a meeting a few weeks back while the Prime Minister was here, and my introduction to this next panelist was him handing me a pamphlet to an initiative that he's spearheading. Granted that I had already heard about this project, and I was very curious to know who was behind it because it's a really great initiative, and it's something I spoke about a lot with my friends here and those back home. We need someone to take on this project, and lo and behold, here is this individual introducing himself, shaking my hand with a pamphlet and another one. He was there making his rounds to be acquainted with Belizeans and attracting those interested in contributing to developments back home. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Christian Avila.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Mr. Good. I appreciate it.
Yes, a quick introduction about me is that Christian Avila. I'm from Belize. I've been in Taiwan for about 3 months now. Hoping to really reach each and every individual here that has big ideas, but just doesn't know how to get them off the ground, is it? Because that's the most important thing, that we make each and every individual know that regardless of how big or small the idea is, that willing to hello, sorry about that. Yeah, we want to make sure that we can give them all the necessary resources they need to get their idea off the ground. So that's what the project that I'm spearheading, Homebound Belize, tends to achieve by giving these individuals sort of a backing or a support to find answer the biggest questions, like what, how, when. Those are always the biggest questions when starting something new. So we're actively planning on making sure that we have a good outlet for these individuals, so that they can reach out to us and say, okay, where do we start? And then we go from there. So besides from that, I own a couple of businesses in Belize, and I'm always happy to share my knowledge and experience as an entrepreneur.
Thank you, Mr. Avila. Truly, your works are appreciated, and it's taken on a path that's going to be most beneficial to anyone who shares the same aspirations. Finally, for our last panelist to be introduced, he joined the segment a little late, but that is understandably so if you knew about the baggage capacity of responsibilities he's had to bear in his career experience. Honestly, I read the resume and the list, it was impressive. He covered a solid 15-year tenure at the University of Belize, so which is just about half of our lifetimes, myself and the other two panelists, not to give away our ages, White and Mr. Avila. But here he is, and all that was done within his early years of professionalism alone. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Dr. Gilroy Middleton.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's an honor to be here. As noted, my name is Dr. Gilroy Middleton, 45 years old, uh, attended the National Cheng Chi University way back 2002, 2004. We were like the pioneers at that time. Only two of us went, myself and Cynthia Castillo. Extracurricular activities, I do marketing and promotion for the Diabetes Association of Belize. Currently, I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Transport, formerly Chief Executive Officer of the Ministry of Immigration, and prior to that, Dean of the Faculty of Management and Social Sciences at the University of Belize. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Middleton. And without further ado, let's get right into our icebreaker. I will ask a series of light, fun questions to help the audience gauge an idea of the experiences that you, the panelists, may have had with receiving scholarships, and also to get some takeaway with the experiences that you've had as well. There are four questions. The first two are in the format of Would You Rather, a game that most of us have probably played at some point in our university life or college experiences. And the last two are what if questions to see what would you do to make further change, granted that you had the power to do so. For the first question, would you rather live in a dorm with a roommate from an entirely different country or live alone in an apartment in a community nowhere near any of your peers? Let's start with you, Mr. Avila.
Yeah, can you repeat that one more time, please?
The first question, would you rather live in a dorm with a roommate from an entirely different country or live alone in an apartment in a community nowhere near any of your peers?
Um, well, I would have to say that I would much rather live in a dorm with someone that I know, so that I can go ahead it's always good to be with like-minded individuals. So most likely, a friend that you know already is going to be someone that you have met on your path, and you guys cross paths for a reason. You're interested in the same ideas and the same goals. So I would prefer to be with someone that's be in a dorm with someone that I know.
Okay, being roomed with a like-minded individual, very much likely if it's someone who's doing the same program as yourself. How about you, Dr. Middleton? Lonely lifestyle or with a random stranger for your university experience?
Well, from my experience at the National Chengchi University, there were only two of us, so I was given one of the PhD dorms by myself. So I prefer being by myself, and I would go out, network, socialize, and when it's downtime, I would come and crash in the dorm. So I would prefer going out, socializing, networking, getting projects done, and then retire to my own space. Thank you.
Okay, okay, thank you, Doctor. And now, Mr. Cod, I would presume that maybe you would like to live alone, being that the length that Brighton has as an athlete, if he moves a centimeter to the right or left, he's hitting someone. So let's see what he decided.
You are very right about that. I do prefer my own space. But there are combinations of both situations that I like. I would certainly like to live alone because of the solace that I find in the quietude of my own space, and it allows me to think and reflect and clarify, especially when you're doing intense courses. You want to be able to just breathe a bit and listen to the sound of your breath. So in that regard, I would certainly lean towards being alone in the quietude of my own space. However, there are great experiences that you could garner from having a roommate. While I was in Canada, I had a roommate for my first semester, and you learn about different cultures and values and epistemologies and ways of life of other people. And I think that's good for you to be able to see the world from another perspective as well.
Okay, thank you. Key point there, the quiet of when you're doing intense courses to study, which takes me right into the second would you rather question. It says, would you rather a study program that requires only group project presentations, 4 grades to be recorded, or a study program that requires only individual tests and examinations, 4 grades to be recorded? Personally, I will say that I am not a fan of group projects. And so I would much rather take the route of having to study on my own. There's this running joke online. I'm not sure how many of you have come across it before, but it says, why at the university level are we still doing group projects if it's not a group degree? So how do you guys feel about this? Would you rather? Let's pick back up with Mr. Todd.
I think I'd lean towards certainly group projects because I'm more steering away from the conventional way of doing things. I like the approach, the new methodology of learning, and I feel that it prepares you for working in an environment where you're going to be working with people that sometimes you don't get along with. And so it's important to be able to start to shape your interaction within the classroom space and within the university space to be able to transmogrify your interactions into the real world when you actually get into the workforce. So I think there's elements of both that I think is positive and advantageous, but there's also, I think, some level of convention. I want to move away from the conventional way of learning and of the grading and how you sort of look at an individual and assess their abilities and capabilities as just being able to regurgitate information. And I think being able to do group presentations and also apply knowledge is critically important because it's easier for the transition process thereafter.
I definitely do agree that working with other individuals is like an introduction to what it's like to work in the real world workforce because you're going to meet new characters and then you get to really develop a keen sense of conflict resolution when heads butt and ideas they're clashing together. And so yeah, it does has its pros. How about you, Mr. Avila? How do you feel about this? Would you rather?
So I much rather group presentations, simply because it allows you to fully explain your ideas and what you think about a particular subject or idea. And yes, at times people might not have the same work ethic that you have, or maybe you're the one that is kind of struggling with the topic or something along the lines of that. But it's very important what I believe is very important is to learn how to work with each other and take out from each person what they know and apply that to whatever group work that you're doing. That I believe is the best way to get the result, to get the best result actually. So at my time going through school at UB, a lot of times we had group presentations, and sometimes not everyone had the same idea as you had, but you had to learn to work around that and find a middle ground and everything. So I do believe it's always a good idea to work together, and even if you're not on the same page, because you find out how to compromise and do things that are in everyone's best interest. So that's my opinion on that. I prefer to work in group presentations over tests.
Okay, thank you. Definitely being able to work together and have that sense of self-development. And Dr. Middleton, the man here with the most work and educational experience, I will hold your response in great value because you have had the opportunity of working with many different people. So you can say what would work best, maybe not only for yourself or perhaps for other individuals as well who are not so extroverted, as to what it would mean to further or polish their path to success in terms of having an educational experience that only allows them to work with other individuals on projects, or just one that leaves it up to them for their own grades in terms of single assessments being given.
Well, the ideal solution would be a mix of both, which would reflect real life when we work in our professions. In most cases, we're working alone, but at sometimes you have to do cross-referencing, working with different individuals. And going back to my experience in Taiwan, we did a lot of group work in the international MBA. We had older students. At that time, I was very young, some 22 years ago. And the dynamics was we had a Taiwan government official, a Belizean government official, and then we had exchange students from Europe that were younger and would come in with a different mindset. So in one session, we would be going through the culture, the mindset in Africa, in Europe, in South America, in the US, in Belize, in the Caribbean. So the group working setting would be ideal, but optimal, it would be a mix of both so you could balance it. Thank you.
A mix of both. Love it, love it. Almost the diplomatic response. But in the interest of time, I'll just skip directly to the last question that I have. It's the what if, so I'll skip number 3 because I think number 4 is a bit more important and might be able to garner more attention from the audience as well as different opinions. And so that is, what if you could make one rule as a requirement for persons to be awarded a scholarship? What would it be, being that all persons here, we've received some scholarship award or research opportunity, which grants us the credential per se to be able to speak on this panel, this segment here this evening. So what is something based on your experience that you believe, if you had the power to implement it, what would be a rule or requirement for any one person to be awarded a scholarship or research opportunity? We can start back to you again, Dr. Middleton.
Well, for me, I would have to reiterate what was noted at the Taiwan scholarship activity last August for the 50, 60 students that were leaving. It was reiterated by Honorable Francis Fonseca, the Minister of primarily Education, Honorable Eamon Courtney, at that time Foreign Affairs, by the Ambassador and myself. One rule would be to return to Belize and assist in our development. and it would be similar to other scholarships. One that comes to mind would be the people that are studying law in the Caribbean. You would come back and you would work for 1 to 2 years, and then after that you could move out and go in your specific area or even leave the country or study again. But just to come back and to contribute for a limited period of time, to share your experiences, to share the new culture, the new language, the new information you've learned, and to come back and contribute to Belize's socioeconomic development. Thank you.
Returning to contribute. That seems to be the theme across many of the other segments as well, with the persons here, students, and also those that are there at home trying to urge us to return, and definitely something that will be covered in our discussion section as well. Mr. Cod, what would be the rule or requirement that you would put in place for persons to receive a scholarship or research opportunity if you had the power to do so?
I think going along the lines of what CEO Middleton mentioned, the need for our graduates to return with the skills and the experience and the knowledge that they've honed, and to be able to incorporate that into Belize's development. But also, I think even in the selection process as a requirement, is that there has to be some reflection of you having served your community, because it ties into the other. One cannot be divorced from the other. If you were already serving your community before applying for a scholarship, then more than likely the reason why you're going to study in the first place is because you want to expand your knowledge to be able to continue the development of your country with the knowledge that you gain. And so I think those two cannot be divorced from each other. So I would definitely say, having served community in whatever shape or form that may look like for you, but also returning after you've graduated to ensure that you are imparting your knowledge and your skills in Belize's development.
Having served community, that's a really good response. I like that because, as you said, it speaks that if you served the community before, then granted your intentions might be to go study, return, and further serve and develop the community again. That I really do hope that the right persons are at home viewing this and can take that into consideration for other selection committees, and that of requirement for persons to be granted a scholarship or research opportunity. Thank you very much. Mr. Avila, what would be your requirement or standard for someone to receive a scholarship or research award? Your mic is on mute, Mr. Avila.
Thank you for that. So definitely I have to agree with Mr. Middleton and Mr. Codd in terms of you need some sort of gauge on how willing the scholarship applicants are to return back home and actually contribute to the development of Belize. I would simply have in the requirements that you write up a plan of what you want to do with your degree back home in your country. So whether it's doing something in the country that you're going to, some sort of project or plan, or something that you're implementing, or going back home and looking for a specific job or career that you would look to build yourself up in, or simply going back to Belize and starting something, some sort of project back home that you have planned out based on what you have learned in during your time of study. So I believe it's some sort of plan to show that, okay, this is what I want to do with the information that I've learned, besides coming here, having a great time, and going home and finding a job. There needs to be more than just that. There needs to be a specific plan or something that is burning inside of these individuals that they want to achieve. So I definitely believe that a lot of the scholarship recipients are individuals that have that within them. So I definitely believe that if we hone in and prioritize on what these individuals plan to do once they've received this degree, or even when they're out there studying through, whether it's 2 years or 4 years, or greater, we need to have a definite, we need to see their plan plan of action and how they plan to execute it and after the degree or while they're studying here.
Thank you. I think that's also definitely needed, being that for many of us, if you guys as well have applied for scholarships for graduate studies, you more than likely had to submit a plan for your research study, whatever it is that your final paper or dissertation is going to be about. So if also along that lines during the application process for the scholarship itself, you would have to submit some sort of plan on how you would return home to help to further develop your country, that would be something really good and pretty easy to implement and further being able to use as a gauge by selection committees to rightfully pick deserving individuals to be recipients of scholarships and research opportunities, so we don't have that much of a problem with students leaving and then never returning. Even though we know it's not entirely by will that some of our students are not returning home, but we'll talk about that a little later on. But now it's time for the meat of the matter, our discussion. The first point, preparing for a scholarship. Let's talk about a few things like what are some reliable resources that can be used to explore options for scholarships and other opportunities. Whether those be websites or offices or just networking with other persons. And what are some of the things you would recommend doing to prepare yourself for being a favorable candidate to receive an award? Who would like to take on this one first? Okay, Mr. Hart.
Okay, I could just start off here. So firstly, I think it's important to have a network of uh, individuals who perhaps have already gone through the process. And that is important. And if you don't know who these people are, it's important to connect through various avenues. Maybe it's through your lectures. They could lead you to who these people are. So that's one aspect. The other is knowing where to go to find scholarship opportunities. I like to share certain websites with scholars, particularly for our developing nation students. So youth opportunities is one. There's an opportunities for youth on LinkedIn where you could go and find all the different scholarships, conferences, awards, grants. There's a list of fellowships as well that you could find there. There's Scholars for Dev, which gives a range of different scholarship opportunities across the world globally at the undergraduate, graduate, and PhD levels. You could look at government pages to be able to find these information. There's partnerships within between governments in terms of the scholarship, for example, the MOFA and the ICDF as examples. And so while some of them are not as forthcoming, it's important to be able to have at least a minimal background of where you could find these information from. LinkedIn is another good area to be able to find these awards as well. And also surfing the pages of the universities that you may be interested in, because they also include like scholarships that may be available for you, depending on the area that you're interested in. So I think those areas, those are some critical aspects and some initial, I guess, avenues that you could access these information from.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Middleton.
Yes. Continuing from Mr. Cod, in the chat on the YouTube page, I threw in a bunch of stuff in terms of scholarships, particularly via US. So people that would like to go further in terms of the Humphreys program that was just shared with the public service. In terms of specific jobs, I threw in two articles primarily as relate to US, and it notes that data processing, cybersecurity, AI, those are the new trends, and it also notes jobs that will be obsolete. And let me see what they were: bank teller, post office clerk, data entry clerk. Those would be replaced by automation. So it notes those specific areas, and then also websites that we could find jobs in Belize: Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Public Service, even simple things as the newspaper. That is something that I always have been doing and going through a Mandela Reporter, Belize Times. There are about 10 to 15 jobs ranging from different areas in terms of project management, doing consultancies, a security job, tech IT jobs, US Embassy, different organizations throughout Belize. But what I wanted to continue from where Mr. Cott began is that my recommendation would be also to focus on the culture, the language. Most of the universities have language information on the website. Luckily for myself at the international MBA program at National Cheng Chi University, we did culture. We didn't do the Mandarin language. We did Chinese Mandarin culture. The program was in all English, so I'm certain it's still in English at this time. So we didn't have to do as our colleagues that did the Taiwan government's MOFA scholarship had to do a year of language. But get into the language, the culture, see what's happening. We did a simple thing. We contacted the embassy before we returned 2004, and we left a bunch of stuff for the Belizeans that were going out. A bunch of stuff that would help them in terms of settling in. So culture and communicating with people that are already there and already have the experience. Thank you.
That culture aspect is something that's really important, especially for students who move abroad and to nations so far away. Typical example from Belize to Taiwan. That's a big jump. And so being away from home, whether you're someone who is used to always being alone or you feel as if though you're better off by yourself, the homesickness is going to hit at some point or the other. And anything that can bring about simple nostalgia just for a brief moment, it hits hard when you're away from a while. And so having that culture aspect or being surrounded by a community can help you go a long way. Mr. Avila, do you have anything you would like to add to this question?
Yes, I do. So if you're jumping into something new, you have to talk to people. You have to find people that are already where you want to be or are on the path that you want to take. You have to talk to people and ask them, hey, what are the negatives in this, or what are the greatest positives in this? Most of the time, you look for the negatives simply because people don't really talk about the negatives too. It's more of a personal experience type thing. So a lot of information will be out there on the benefits of something, but not a lot of things will be on the said about the cons about it. So I do believe it's very vital that you have in terms of networking, whether it's finding someone that has taken the MOFA scholarship or the ICDF or different scholarships around the Caribbean or the US or the UK. You find people that have been recipients of the scholarship, and you ask them simple questions. You might not get answers from these people simply because these people are busy, but it's worth a try. And the responses that you get from these individuals, there's simply no information like what they have to share and what they have experienced. So I do believe it's one of the most vital things you can do is reaching out to people that have actually done this, so that you can have a clear idea of, okay, this is a great opportunity, but I have to be prepared for this.
So networking, a very huge part of this here. It's important to speak to people who have already either gone through the experiences in order to know where you want to go, as opposed to listening to individuals who've never even taken that first step before. That's going to discourage you from even making a move. Mr. Cod, you have your hand raised. Do you have more you want to punch in on this question?
Yes, I would be remiss if I didn't mention along the lines of accessing scholarships for athletics, because it's not as forthcoming as the other scholarships for academics. So certainly knowing where to go, where the initiation points are, and understanding how that works and how you navigate that is important for those people who are looking for further their education through the athletic realm. I've done a lot of significant work in Belize with this over the past 5-6 years through our foundation. And I think it's important to be able to utilize the existing organizations that are there to be able to tap into these opportunities, because some of them aren't presented as a package and posted on websites and government pages, but it's actually developed through the process of negotiation. And so it's important to be able to know those contact points. For example, the BK Sports Foundation has connected over 15 to 20 athletes since 2018 with full scholarships and partial scholarships in the US and Canada. And we're looking to expand as well into UWI and also in schools in the UK. And perhaps even reaching out to Taiwan as well to see how we could create linkages there, considering that we share good relations with Taiwan and they're friends of Belize. And so certainly we would like to see how we could expand the work that we're doing some more in that area. But certainly knowing that not all the scholarships are forthcoming and they're not always on the website, but it's important to be able to reach out to organizations that could be able to create that link and form that network.
Yes, thank you for providing that voice for athletes who are seeking scholarship. You do indeed needed to have mentioned that so you could sleep good later on tonight. So for our second discussion point, it's maximizing study opportunity. Now, we just talked about how important it is to network and to know the respective individuals who have already had these experiences and people who could provide you with the right information on how you can move forward. So, how much of a role does networking play while studying and its contribution to your overall experience and furthermore post studies after you leave your university? And aside from only trying to meet your program completion, what are some things you think persons, students, scholars should venture off into to try to accomplish while also working on their degrees as well? Mr. Avila, let's start with you.
So I'm very big on networking, of course, simply because doing things alone, we can only go so fast and get so far. But if we come together and we work together and we push really hard, there's simply no limit to the things we can accomplish within a year, within 5 years. Everyone knows about the creation of Facebook, where it was a group of individuals in a dorm who had this idea, and because they were like-minded, because all of them shared similar skill sets, and some are great in this area, some are great in that area, but they all came together and worked on this idea that they had, and it grew into something that nobody could have fathomed. So I do believe networking is vital, absolutely vital. And if you have ideas that you want to go ahead and pursue to become a reality, so it's simply something that you can't do alone. If you you can try, of course, you can try. Maybe your idea is one where you haven't found someone that has similar interests or so it's something that you would always want to find someone that is like-minded that can help you where you have mutual interests and help each other. So even now that I'm here in Taiwan, I'm looking for people that have similar interests, like-minded goals, so that we can work together to achieve those goals much faster than if I'm going alone or if they're going alone. It's just something that can really boost how fast and how great your idea and your mission can work out in the end. So uh, I believe you had a second question aside. So as for the second question, I do believe that whatever field you're studying in, whether it's something in the tech industry or something in the health industry or or something, whatever you're studying, I do believe it's very important to find find a career opportunity, not just something that you aspire to be, but find something in terms of find something that you can see what the real world benefits are, like a trade or something like that, where you can go ahead and see, okay, I did not realize that this program that I'm studying, someone took a basic idea from here and turned it.
I think Mr. Avila may be experiencing some connection problems at the moment. Okay, Dr. Middleton, would you like to take over from here and maybe tell us, given all the experiences that you've had, maybe what is one thing that you see as a trend in your studies and your work experiences that you seek out for yourself to try to accomplish while being in the environments that you're in to further ensure that you get not only your job done, but to secure something for the next step in your list of aspirations that you have set out for yourself?
So two examples would be within my international MBA program at the National Cheng Chi University. We had students that were there from local companies that were recruiting. Even up to today, from the IMBA alumni, on a monthly basis, we get vacancies available in Taiwan. So networking could help you from that perspective. And then also, as noted earlier, you get the degree, you focus on the experience as the engineers were noting. For example, earlier they asked the question, how did you get your job as an engineer? Well, looking back at myself, how did I get the job as a CEO? It's because in an earlier lifetime when I was a trade economist, working with Beltrade, Honorable Amon Courtney was there, and we were at the ministry. And I kept working. We worked long hours. We got a lot of work done. So from that networking point of view, individuals recognize that you're a hard worker. You could work towards the aims and goals of the organization. So apart from having the degree, having the passion on getting the work done, networking could also contribute to what we're looking here in this forum in terms of getting the specific job or in terms of recommending. For example, I've recommended several individuals, but first they had to have had the experience, they had to have had the education. Then networking kicks in from that perspective. So it gives you an edge to put it in that format. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. Very, very crucial point there too as well. Being able to network and then return that can also allow you to be set up for your next opportunity, given that if you've networked with someone who already has a particular position and they're able to recommend you for something, given that you also have the experience as well, that's a major plus. And so Mr. Cott, if you don't mind, I would like to move into the third question now with developing a home, because I know you have a lot you can speak about in terms of something that you are doing to help assist persons preparing to embark on scholarship opportunities or research opportunities as well. You've mentioned that of the sports athletic program with looking for scholarships, and also the fact that I believe you are a part of an organization that have helped students to acquire these scholarships in amounts of over $1 million. That is pretty impressive. Can you please tell us a bit more about that?
Certainly. So through the BK Sports program, we've also, and I must extend our gratitude to the government, because Minister Francis Fonseca has been very welcoming in engaging with us in signing a memorandum of understanding to be able to support and facilitate student athletes that actually take on these scholarships and venture into their educational journeys, both in the US and Canada. And they have supported the transitional costs, which can be very costly, considering the ratio or the difference in terms of our currency exchange. But we've been able to help athletes make that transition and try to find them an institution where they would be comfortable, as well as they would be able to adapt very quickly, but also align them with programs that are of interest to them. So it's not necessarily just about getting a scholarship, but it's about getting a scholarship with the purpose of ensuring that you're helping these young athletes to self-actualize and to reach their maximum potential. Um, Aside from that, I'm also one of the founders for Young Leaders Alliance of Belize. And through that page, that group actually, we've been able to share opportunities from government, opportunities from international organizations, opportunities from international universities, to be able to just be a feeder of information, because oftentimes it's not necessarily that the information is not there, it's just not reaching the young people, and you're not able to take up the opportunity because you're not seeing the opportunities that are out there. And so we are able to feed that information through the platforms that we've created. And we look forward to continue working with our young people to ensure that the transition is not as hectic as it may seem. It's one that's more seamless, and it doesn't seem as it's a process that's requiring a lot from you to be able to go through, because a lot of times people get totally they sort of not follow through with the process because it might seem tedious. And so it's important that we're there to support in the process of transition, and we're able to provide our experience and guide them through these various avenues. So certainly BK Sports has been doing that. Young Leaders Alliance of Belize have been doing that. And there's so many other organizations within Belize that have been doing that as well. You have the UN agency organizations that also provides fellowship opportunities. I know that there is one, the Nippon Foundation, I think it is, within the UN, that's looking for young professionals who have background in sea level rise and external continental shelf and external economic zones, and all the areas dealing with oceans and that particular aspect. So there are other agencies that are promoting opportunities for young professionals to continue to develop within their areas of interest. And sometimes it's just that the information is not in front of these young people who would want to take up the opportunities. And so we utilize these avenues to be able to do so.
Definitely two big things there, bringing awareness to those opportunities and helping to facilitate those individuals through the process, because a lot of times if the application process or even the experience itself seems too tedious, persons are just going to shy away from it. Typically, even when applying for jobs, something can be as frustrating as having to submit a resume and then still being directed to fill out an application of things you have on your resume. Certain stuff are just seem too redundant, and then yeah, it takes away a lot from the experience. So if you have someone here to guide you through the process and show you, hey, this is what you can do, or let me help you out with that, it makes it a lot easier. Mr. Avila, we lost you briefly for a few moments ago, but I would like you to also chime in on this question, given that your project is working to connect individuals here in Belize back home to, sorry, individuals here in Taiwan to professionals back home, similar to what this career forum is about. So can you please tell us a bit more about the work you're doing?
Yes, of course. So having a platform whereby individuals here studying and people from home, employers or companies looking for talented individuals that are well educated and knowledgeable in their field, it's vital. We can't develop Belize without having a platform whereby we can connect these individuals. So
The universe doesn't seem to be
okay.
working in our favor. Feedback.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. Let me make this a bit quick here then. So that is what Homebound Belize aims to do. It's sort of a project that is catered to the individuals here, so that we can give them all the necessary resources that they need to create interesting project proposals, to market themselves properly, and figure out what exactly they want to do, whatever it is that they want to do, and craft that into something that is truly unique and well structured, so that people back home, employers, companies, anyone that is looking for ideas like these can go ahead and we can connect each other, right? That's the main thing. We don't want to that is our main goal. We don't want to stray from that. We don't want to move away from that. That we just want to be home. The purpose of Homebound Village is just to be that platform that connects people that are looking for these ideas and people that have these ideas. Because if there isn't one, we simply can't, those ideas simply will never surface, and people back home will never find the individuals that they are looking for to fit these roles. I believe that that it's something that we need to prioritize, and we're very good at bringing about these opportunities. But what comes afterwards, sort of during and then afterwards, it's something that we need to look on. It's something that we also need to prioritize, the during and the after, for scholarship recipients. So yeah, I'm working on Home Belize so that can be a platform whereby individuals can reach out to us and say, "Hey, I have this idea. What do you think about it? How can I get it started and moving off the ground? And finally, how can this idea reach people back home?" So that's everything that the project aims to achieve, which is taking the idea, structuring it properly, and moving it in the direction of someone that is truly interested in it and would want to work with that individual as much as they can to bring the idea to life.
Thank you so much for sharing about your project, Home Belize. And we are almost out of time. So quickly, I would just like to recap the major points discussed here. And while I'm doing that, I looked at the questions that we have in the comment section. We pretty much covered most of them, except for the bottom two, which is one that says, is there any competition and what will make me stand out as the ultimate candidate? And also there's one directed for Mr. Cud. Can you share the websites I believe that you spoke about? Maybe either for, I know the one we mentioned earlier for the preparation was the Scholars for Dev. That's someone that I actively use as well and tell other individuals about. But maybe you can share links that you have to the Young Leaders Alliance of Belize page, and also maybe the other one for the connection between scholarships for athletes as well. So just for the recap that I have here, preparation for the scholarship, you need to connect with lecturers, people who have been there before. Use different websites. There's the government pages. Mr. Cod also mentioned LinkedIn. It's one that we use a lot for jobs, but apparently can also use it for study opportunities as well. And newspapers for jobs, as stated by Dr. Middleton, that's always a big plus. It's our typical resource that we all have access to right there. And also just to network with people. And that's the major one that was mentioned there for maximizing your study opportunity as well. You can end up on a email listing for vacancies back in where you studied for your degree, and that's how you are able to get around. Or maybe if you manage to make it as far as Dr. Middleton made it, and he's in a position now to write recommendations for individuals to receive these opportunities. That's a really great plus, and that's also, I guess, his contribution as well to developing home and aspiring person. So we really do appreciate you for that, Dr. Middleton. And finally, with developing home, we have Mr. Cod spoke about the athletes program and for the scholarships and also helping them to transition into their new environments. The Young Leaders Alliance of Belize pushing the awareness of the opportunities that are available, because oftentimes these opportunities are always floating around, but there's just no one to bridge the gap to connect what is available there and the persons who are seeking these opportunities. So that's something major to getting on. And thank you, Mr. Avila, for speaking about your project Home Belize, trying to get the ideas connected from persons here in Belize to those in Taiwan. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for tuning in, and to my panelists, I cannot thank you enough for being here and sharing your expertise. Truly, we needed our own day for this segment to fully talk about a lot more, because there's a wealth of information that could have been shared, and your experiences as well, from Dr. Middleton to even, granted that we're so young, myself, Mr. Cott, and Person Avila, we still have experiences that could be shared, and the time is not enough to pack it all here. But thank you guys for being here, and truly I look forward to working with you on something in the future as well. We go back to our host.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gillian, for a very interactive, insightful segment. Thank you very much also to our three panelists, Mr. Avila, Dr. Middleton, and Mr. Cott. And Dr. Middleton, Mr. Ted, thank you for granting us time on the Saturday night. We know it is very late, so we really appreciate you imparting your knowledge and information with our viewers and audience here today. Thank you very much. Another big round of applause. That concludes our last segment for today's forum, and I now call on Mr. Hector Cambranes, who will be presenting. My apologies, I now call on Mr. Adriel Mall, who will be delivering the closing remarks.
Good night, Belize, and good day to all our participants here today at NCKU and joining us online on YouTube and Instagram. The Belize Career Forum is celebrating its second event and continues to establish its presence as an initiative and a permanent bridge to the career excellence of professionals in Belize and beyond. We are especially thankful to those who joined us in this initiative from the Caribbean countries, our Caribbean family of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Christopher and Nevis. From a student's perspective, those of us who came to Taiwan to pursue education, and even those who went abroad to other countries, all saw a future where we would receive mentorship and guidance. I'm proud to say that we are here on the last day of our second annual Belize Career Forum, making this dream a reality. We are grateful to all the stakeholders involved in the successful completion of our project. Our special guests today, those who joined us yesterday, Her Excellency Ambassador of Belize in Taiwan, Dr. Kenny Spitz, Professor Chun K. Tony Chuan, Department of Pharmacology, the Director of Division of Overseas Students and Scholar Services. For those who joined us today, Professor Sun Wen Singh, Department of Computer Science and Information Engineering, Vice President of International Affairs. Maxine Yen, Deputy Director of Overseas Students and Scholars Service Divisions. Thank you. NCKU for its kind patronage of hosting all of us here in the future venue in beautiful Thailand. Our mentors and moderators from education, engineering, international affairs, and Scholarship and Opportunities segment. Thank you. The volunteers physically and online presence, our viewers in our jewel Belize, in Taiwan and beyond. On behalf of the Belize University Taiwan Committee, we extend our sincere appreciation to NCKU for providing us with such a beautiful space. Thank you, Nancy. To have it in person and great connectivity, so our esteemed panelists can have a smooth communication online, and the people present online in Belize and Taiwan can see us clearly. Thank you again. Thank you all for joining us, and we will wrap it up with our certifications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long. I now call on Mr. Hector Cabranes, who will be giving the certificates to some of the members of the planning committee and volunteers who have made today possible. We thank you again. There are many of them that are behind the scenes. We have not seen, but have worked very hard in making today's efforts a reality. First, we're going to present to Mr. Adrian Wong. So we welcome you back to the stage. Next, we call on Ms. Novalie Ramos. Let's give her a round of applause. Now let us welcome Mr. Felipe Carlos. Now let us welcome Ms. Melanie Wagner to the stage. Next, we welcome Ms. Myra Torres. We ask that Ms. Myra Torres remain on stage as she will be presenting to Mr. Hector Cummings. We would also like to mention and show appreciation to two other persons who joined us online who have helped throughout the process of planning today's forum. Ms. Alma Chun, please give her a round of applause. and Mr. Geraldo Book, who has been assisting us from Belize, and Ms. Ranisha Williams. Thank you all once again for your kind assistance and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, viewers from Taiwan and Belize. This concludes the second Belize Taiwan Forum 2024, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude to each individual that has been here present today or watched online. To all our viewers, thank you for joining us, and we hope the conference has been educational and informative, and that you have enjoyed being with us. We would like to remind you that any questions that you may have, you can continue to leave it on the live chat on any of our platforms, and we will be distributing questions to our panelists and get those responses to you. To our distinguished guests here today, thank you for taking your time on Sunday. If you were here yesterday as well, thank you very much. Thank you for coming to support this forum. To the steering committee, once again, thank you for making this a reality, for sharing your time, your personal finances, your sleep, and for ensuring that not only Malaysians here in Taiwan, but also Malays are well prepared for their studies and what comes next after this. For our viewers, again, thank you for tuning in and making it a very interactive discussion. We look forward to seeing you again next year for the third forum in 2025. And with that, we conclude today's forum. Thank you once again. Have a good afternoon for those of you here in Taiwan, and a good night. And before we leave, we would like to ask those who are present here today to kindly come forward for a group picture. Thank you.
It's magazine.
Sit on the line next to so the coverage okay right there line. I think that's the streaming that prepárate. Hector, the last streaming.
Jangan jump behind Manali.
I can be signed. Yeah, 10 seconds or 5. Here's my watch right now. And here's my wallet. Instead of going here. Yeah, go. You put the good.
1, 2, 3, cheese. Other one. Ready?
Yeah, okay, no worry.
1, 2. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Shane, ID.
And this is the end of our 2-day forum. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be the host once again. We'll see you next year.
Yeah, desconecta mi laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mabuhay Taiwan.
안녕하세요.
Guten Tag.
Bonjour.
สวัสดีครับ
Xin chào tất cả các bạn. Konnichiwa.
I chose to study in NCKU because it's ranked as one of the best universities in Taiwan. That's how I knew the quality of the courses I was going to take. And also because it's located in Tainan, which I was interested not only in the courses, but also in a culturally enriching experience.
NCKU is also very good, very famous for its reputation in terms of education in Taiwan, and it's offered me a great scholarship. That's why I was not hesitant to take this chance.
I would really recommend the Banyan Garden. I think it's beautiful. The trees are really mesmerizing, and I like to go there in the morning when there are not many people.
To learn Chinese is not easy, it's very difficult. But here, I'm so glad, I'm so thankful because NCKU provide a free 1-year Chinese course for all international students.
After having the free Chinese courses, I will be able to speak one of the biggest languages. So I saw it as an opportunity.
NCKU gave me the opportunity to choose my own scholar paths, helped me to specialize myself, the courses I like. It's provided me to enjoy learning every day.
Course which is very related with my expertise is about HIV care, and the second one is about research development. This university provides HIV and public health epidemiology course, which is very connected.
I really love the library. It's a top-class library. It's beautiful from the outside. Just the walk there is very, very nice. A lot of trees, very pleasant.
Magic School of Green Technology impressed me the most because the zero carbon emission that it achieved, and it was one of the first buildings in Asia. It was really impressive to see the latest technology in one of the buildings on campus.
They give you really, really strong and impactful research, but they also allow you to feel like you're part of a bigger community. So in terms of being able to participate in a lot of multicultural events, being able to participate in a plethora of student activities, volleyball teams, basketball teams, dragon boat teams. So it doesn't really matter where I was coming from or was it if I was a foreigner or not. But as long as they saw a ready and capable individual, they'll immediately put you in a team and make you feel that you're part of a bigger family.
NCKU gave me the opportunity to enjoy my study.
My life in NCKU is really intensive but lots of fun.
NCKU offers great education, friends for life, and opportunities to achieve whatever you want in the future.
Hola, my name is Paola. I am from Nicaragua and my department is IMBA.
Namaste, I'm Divya. I'm from India. My major is electrical engineering. Our life in NCK is really
awesome.